is 13 minutes late because I realized I forgot my Switch charger at home. So I had to borrow hers, and then I had to like go for it. So that was fun. Don't love that for me, but what I had to do. Normally I wait till the 3 minute mark to get started with everything because that's when my first ad rolls. But I think I'm gonna get started pretty quick. I'm gonna get some things set up first. Close feed in. Mostly because I don't know how long this section is gonna take. Um, because this is gonna be the finale of this case, and for now. Hmm. Good. Oh wow, I didn't fix that. Hi everybody, welcome to me messing up everything always. Just kidding. I forgot to fix my camera. Hang on just a second, I'll be in view. For now, you can look at this fun mouse work that I'm doing and see how terrible the camera actually has decided to be today. So pop that. Hey, there we go. I'm on the screen now. Hi, everybody. Welcome in. We are going to be finishing up the second game in the Ace Attorney series. Finally, at long last, where it's all drawing to a close. We're going to see what happens next because we still need to find and rescue Maya. We still need to figure out how do we get this guy declared innocent but also guilty because we don't like to send guilty people free and we don't like to send innocent people to jail. So it's kind of a lot. And of course, as we have discussed the last couple of times, if you are sensitive to topics like suicide, taking one's own life, depression, all that kind of stuff, this is going to be a little heavy. The trigger word for all of that, or trigger warning for all of that, because it does cover some very heavy topics. And of course, it's a game about murder, so murder is going to be in it. We knew that already. I decided to throw on Sonia because it was the easiest one I've got. It requires a shirt, the pants that I'm wearing, and some fun things in my hair. I did not put my hair up because I couldn't do it today. Still recovering from that blasted flu shot that took me out the other night. So Hopefully, it will let us finish our stream. So, as I have had this past 3 episodes, I do have a guest with me. Say hi.
Bonjour.
That's basically hi. Um, but yeah, so we're still gonna be doing all the voice acting and stuff. I don't think I put my voice acting stuff up. Whoopsies. I need. I like having it just because if somebody's looking for people who are voice acting games, now they got it. I do have a guide pulled up, so if we get stuck, I can easily refer to it. Um, yeah, we had to do a lot of convoluted things in the last couple of episodes, so it's just easier to have it pulled up. It's down here, so if you see me looking excessively at the bottom of my screen, that's probably me reading as fast as humanly possible. So,
The last one wasn't so bad. The one before that, though, was a nightmare to navigate.
oh yeah, the first investigation portion was the one that was just completely terrible. This most recent investigation one, I did read a couple things right before we were jumping into the end of it. Also, you're huff and puffing.
Yeah, it's me after every kind of physical exercise.
Oh, uh-oh. Antoine Trevor, Mr. Phoenix Wright. Oh my god.
What kind of weird Master Roshi shit is this? What have I done
I'm
wrong?
not allow you to go on like this. Forgot what
Uh,
voice I gave him for a second.
but I'm just a simple defense expert.
Silence! You are no longer worthy of your title. I don't know what's happening. I thought we were at the end of this case. I thought this
So
was what
did
happened
I.
at the beginning of it.
What's up with this weird anxiety
Oh
nightmare?
yeah. Okay, so he had this anxiety nightmare, I think like in the last game where he was about to go on trial and then it turned out that he had like lost his memory.
What? All right.
Okay, so in the last game, he had been hit in the head with a fire extinguisher because the guilty party was trying to like get their phone back from him.
Mm-hmm.
And then they ended up grabbing his phone instead of the phone they were trying to get, and that's actually led to him being proved guilty, and it was the thing that saved the day. So by
Oh, okay.
Deus Ex Machina, he managed to grab the wrong phone. So if he hadn't, we probably would have lost that case. I'm just gonna be honest. This is a fly by the seat of your pants kind of lawyer. Do not hire him unless you're prepared to be like panic attacking throughout the entire freaking trial. Just saying. Because, oh boy, Phoenix does get some difficulties with planning ahead. Unlike Miles, because in Miles' game, he actually uses like full on deductive reasoning and true investigation skills. Phoenix relies on bluffing and the magical device that he has that allows him to see when people are lying. So, the phone. Doo-doo-doo. Beep.
Hello, this is Phoenix Wright.
You don't look so well, dude. I'm sending him back to his original voice instead of the evil one that we did.
Well, I mean, the dude kind of sets it. Yeah, there we go.
Yeah. You're gonna prove me not guilty today, right? So unless he makes like a menacing face or shows the scar, I'm gonna do like the laid back voice. But if
Mm.
he does like the menacing stuff and the evil stuff, I'm gonna try to do the voice we gave him last time.
I love how when he's
Which
evil, the snifter of like brandy or whatever just magically appears in his hand.
yeah, he's just swirling it around. I will say that I was trying to do my best impression of Present Mike from My Hero Academia, which is the dude with the big loudspeaker. And he just like yells all the time. That was my inspiration for his evil voice. It wasn't
Okay.
great, but you can look it up later. He's loud, so just fair warning for that. Oh, there he is.
Yep, there it is.
If you please, Mr. Lawyer. Remember, it's not just me. Your precious friend's life is riding on this today's trial too. I didn't read that.
Uh,
I like how I described it as something and then immediately went a little bit more off book.
yeah.
So now listen up. You'd better get on guard a guilty sentence, okay? If you get that creepy slime bag and not guilty, I'll never forgive you, ever. Even though I'm gonna
Maya,
die.
listen, maybe I should because then it'll take you out of the running for Edgeworth.
Wait, she's not in the running. Let's be for real.
Yeah,
Phoenix has a
people think so.
harem. Edgeworth is like, I am not interested. Why are you looking at me like that? Like he does not. He does not care. Let's see. I can only imagine that this is probably either Mia or Pearl. It's just probably Mia and Pearl's body again.
Well, I mean, don't they? Oh, I was gonna say because yeah, they usually call him Mr. Nick, so
Yeah.
it's
So
probably
probably Mia in Pearl's body. But yep, I
yep.
was right.
Mia, Maya. How is Maya?
I don't know. Uh-oh.
You don't know?
He hasn't tried to channel me since yesterday.
Mia, what am I supposed to do?
Hmm. Well, like I said, for a lawyer, the worst of the times are when you have to force your biggest smiles. She did say that.
But
You can't give up. There's still some hope left.
stop it, please. There's nothing left. Not here. Not anywhere.
Oh, his boyfriend needs to come in because we can't be doing that. Oh, ring ring.
It's that accursed on guard again.
Beep.
Will you leave me alone? Look, don't call me anymore. I mean it.
I bet it's not on guard.
No, of course not.
No!
You're really mean, pal.
It's Gummy. Oh no.
Gumshoe, I'm really sorry. Where are you? Day, let me join the investigation team and we're chasing after the killer, pal.
Wow, nice.
But then you have some sort of lead. Sorry, but right now we got 0 leads on the guy.
Mm.
But we're not gonna give up. Gumshoe. Until the trial is over, until the verdict is handed down. We're gonna do everything we can to find the killer. If we can get Maya out, then maybe you can get on God the guilty verdict he deserves, pal.
Right? So that's what this entire trial hinges on is the fact that if we get him declared guilty, or if we let him get declared guilty, I guess, like Maya dies. So if the police can do what they need to do and actually like get the killer,
That's true. I could do that if they found Maya first.
so we need to drag out the trial as long as possible. Is what I'm.
You got that? So you have to do whatever you can to make the trial last.
Oh man,
I have to make the trial last longer?
yeah,
What is with this repeating things, Phoenix?
this
If you
is
go at
him making
Mr.
the trial last longer.
If you go at Mr. Edgeworth with everything you've got, then you can draw it out, just like in my fan fiction.
You know, they studied along across the courtroom.
Oh, now I get it.
He's a fan fiction,
I believe in you, pal. You and Mr. Edgeworth can do it.
just like in my fan fiction.
Yeah, thank you.
You're welcome.
So, believe in us. We're gonna give it all we got, just like you.
In Naruto,
All
believe
right,
it.
I'm out.
Okay.
This is it.
All right. You die here. Okay. Fine.
This is where our friendship of many years ends. Goodbye. Got it. Thanks, Gumshoe.
Beep. Hey, Phoenix. You understand now, don't you? You have something money will never be able to buy. Friendship. It's
God,
the
we
strongest
are in a
weapon in the
Naruto
world,
episode.
and you have it in abundance.
Oh no, how did I wind up in a Naruto episode? Yeah,
It's not just a Naruto episode. This is the plot of every single shonen anime ever. Power
I mean
friendship
that's true.
prevails.
Yeah,
Like this is fairy tale in a nutshell. They win because friends, all of them.
friendship is magic.
That's not an anime, but yes.
Well, true. Looks like we're coming to
Kind of
the
an
end.
end. Kind of an end.
I have to make this trial last as long as I can. Gumshoe will come through. I know it. Famously, he has in the past. I think.
I mean, yeah, most of the trials that we go through with Phoenix, like he is gonna make it last as long as possible because he's finding like that one little tiny, like maybe coincidental tiny detail that he can just like dig into. He just like holds on to it like a dog with a bone. Also, Mia can't fit that costume. That's why her arm is like this. But she's
Yeah,
like
I know.
this.
We've been over this.
Yeah, but like I don't know how she's holding her arm that it does that.
Well, she's basically crossed one over the other and then the other on her chin.
Yeah, but like arms
Yeah,
don't
like
do that. Our
well,
arms don't really
they do in
not like
shonen
this.
animes.
She got long arms, or at least longer than me. That's all it is. She got longer arms than me. Court is now in session for the trial of Matt on guard.
The defense is ready, Your Honor.
I'm surprised he didn't like go. The defense is
Dead
ready.
filibuster.
Yeah, as long as possible. Prosecution has been ready for a while, Your Honor. We've been sitting in here. Phoenix has been out there on the phone for like 20 minutes. I don't know what's going on.
He wrote something in his dream journal before he entered the stand.
Now, as I recall, we concluded yesterday's session with a big mystery on our hands. Mystery being what exactly was Miss Adrian Andrews' role in this murder? That is to say, is she really connected to the crime itself? She seemed pretty guilty yesterday. Technically, because we left court and then investigated all night long. So this was like 2 episodes ago, technically. Mr. Edwards, if you would please inform the court of today's proceedings. Adrian Andrews. She forged evidence that threw suspicion onto Mr. Ungard, and then proceeded to escape the crime scene by wearing a nickel samurai costume. The guilt of these actions are those from which she cannot escape. Then you're saying that she is guilty after all? I'm not finished, Your Honor. Miss Andrews has nothing to do with committing the actual murder.
Hmm?
I would like to direct the court's attention to this card. What is that? It looks like a shell. This is the calling card of a certain assassin. Assassin, you say? Duck. Like ducks under the bench, doesn't come back out. They're after me. They're after you? Yes, Juan Corrida was killed by a professional assassin. And the person who hired the assassin, his client, so to speak, is Matt Ungard. Oh, what a surprising turn of events! I would think it's become commonplace by now, Your Honor, to have assassins and murders and things like that. All this twisty nature of this trial, because Phoenix can never have a simple trial. It's just, yes, they did it, here's the evidence, here we go. I mean, basically.
I know what's going on this time. So I know that everything Edward has said is true.
That's probably an uncomfortable feeling for Phoenix because normally, like, he believes in his client so hard that by this point he's like, "That's all a lie. There's no way." And Edward is like, "I literally have so much evidence," and Phoenix is like, "Nope, don't believe it," and somehow proves that it's all false.
Evidence.
Ah, evidence. You're cute,
Thank you.
but we still have to hold out as long as we can, at least until Maya's safe and sound.
Wonder how the trial will turn out today.
Long. Now then, please call your first witness, Mr. Edgeworth. The prosecution calls the defendant's mentor, Mr. Will Powers, to the stand. You remember this guy?
Mm-hmm. Looks like Beast from Beauty and the Beast.
Now then, witness, your name and occupation, please.
Okay. I'm Will Powers.
I imagine, like, with the accent that you gave him, that he's saying this like he's like trying to remember what his fake name is. You know?
Yeah.
Ah,
Yeah.
Will Powers, yes.
I'm a poor underpaid action star.
Oh, he became French.
Yeah, that's kind of what he's always been.
Has he? I thought he was more like Russian wannabe.
I mean, I don't remember what accent I gave him in the first episode, so maybe
Whatever
the
you
French
give
one.
him is perfect.
Yeah.
If he
I
changes
mean,
them,
I did
he's an
more.
actor. It's fine.
I did more French last episode, so
Oh, did you? Probably
yeah,
did. That's fine. Whatever he has, he's an actor, so he can have any accent.
yeah.
And what is your relation to the defendant?
Well, that's I guess I'm sort of a lousy mentor to him in a way. Yeah.
Aw. Mr. Powers, please, you don't need to put yourself down so much. I know we accused you of
Yeah.
murder like a few years ago, but like you don't have to be so rude to yourself. Fine.
Sorry. Well, but I'm just kind of a nothing sort of guy.
Oh, so mean to himself. And Edward is just like, on the night of the murder, you visited the defendant's room. I'm secretly a
Listen,
giant fan of yours, and I really am trying to keep it together right now.
listen. The only person who can put the witness down on the stand is Edgeworth, apparently, considering what he
Yeah,
did to Andrews.
exactly. Just drove her self esteem straight into the ground. Is this correct?
Yes,
It looks like a monkey.
I was thinking that. Yeah, at least with his head
Yeah,
downcast like
yeah.
that.
He's drawn like a little monkey.
hmm I didn't know that.
Nope. Prize!
But you know, didn't actually get to see Matt when I went.
All you need to do is answer what you're asked. Now then, I would like you to please testify about when you went to Mr. Ungard's room.
Oh, okay, sure.
All right, witness testimony.
After the award ceremony, I went to Matt's room. I went by myself to Matt's room.
Oh,
Matt was standing there in front of his room, still in his nickel samurai costume. He was talking with someone. At first, I thought it was the bellboy. I watched the two of them for a while, but then I gave up and went back. I had guests with me that night, and I couldn't make them wait for me.
so when he disappeared from our group at like the very, very beginning, this is what he was doing. Which I'd completely forgot he did that until like, Nothing sounds out of place in Mr. Powers' testimony. But also, it didn't
Except,
tell us anything.
except for the fact that he has friends.
That doesn't seem right.
And talking with the bellboy is no big deal.
Everyone assumes that the person Mr. Ungard was speaking with was an ordinary bellboy.
Yeah,
Well, what are
does
you
Phoenix have
implying?
the attention span of a goldfish or something? Because clearly he ran into the killer as the bellboy at the hotel
Yeah,
the very first time.
and again as the butler. But
Right,
the
right.
but the thing is, or at least the thing that's freaking me out, is like it's very clear that Edward spoke to Will Powers and convinced him that that was the killer because he's like, oh, what I thought was the bellboy. Why would you think otherwise?
Well, because
Like,
remember he was being questioned when we went in the last episode. He was being
yeah,
questioned at the police station as and being primed as like a key witness in this trial
right.
for that very reason.
But as far as he actually knows, that was a bellboy. Like,
Right?
why would he not know that? It seems a little weird.
Yeah. God, his smug little finger wave.
Well, Mr. Wright, let's have your cross-examination, shall we? Looks like we're in another sticky situation.
Huh?
A trap. Can't you smell it, Phoenix? But for us to find out more, we're just going to have to charge in head first, right? She's reliving her trial, or one of the first trials she had against old Edgy Poo over there. Currently in her brain. Feel it. But that's the next game. Good trial, too. All right. So do we press him? Let's see. We press him. So he says at first I thought it was Bellboy. So we need to press that because like, what do you mean at first?
Yeah. At
Oh,
first, what do you
uh,
mean by that? Well, he was in a bellboy's uniform and had a bottle of juice on a tray, which is still a weird thing to be delivered to someone, and nobody else in the trial seems to think otherwise.
That's wine.
Mm,
It was changed.
Oh, I mean that makes sense.
Like, look at the bottle and look at that's wine.
Yeah, sounds like an ordinary bellboy to me.
And more specifically, it almost looks like it could be a champagne bottle because of the glass style.
Yeah, it's just like tomato juice was just a weird thing for like the
Yeah.
localization. I mean,
Yeah,
you
I
could have
think they
very
were
well.
just trying to make it more like appropriate or kid friendly.
You
Because
could have just
these
made
games
grape
weren't
juice.
rated super well, they weren't rated super highly based on the teen or whatever. I think it was like
Mm-hmm.
PG-13 maybe.
Yeah.
But they might be E for everyone, and that's probably why it's non-alcoholic.
Well, I mean, yeah, but like just tomato juice is weird. It could have been like grape juice or something.
Yeah,
It
but
just
grape juice
seems
would
like
have
that.
been too obvious, and also wouldn't have
I
been
did.
red.
That's fair. I mean, like cranberry juice or something. It's just weird that
Yeah.
it's like a bottle of thick
Oh
ass
yeah.
tomato juice.
Yeah, that's what we're drinking.
I'm
V8
just
from
going to
a
pour. I'm just
glass
going to
bottle.
yeah. I'm just going to pour V8 into this flute, champagne
It's
flute.
not even V8. It looks like an apple. It doesn't even look like a tomato.
Oh, it could be apple juice. Yeah, weird. Anyway, I didn't think it was a normal bell. And why was that? Why did I think that, Mr. Wright?
Yeah. Why did you think that?
How am I supposed to know? S- Sorry, but I can't remember right now. Sorry. I had
Hmm.
too much tomato juice before my testimony.
Mm-hmm.
Guess I'm gonna have to wait patiently on this one.
Wonder if we have to press them in a certain order because it just says to press statements.
You saw the two of them, the bellboy and the defendant, together, correct? Yeah, the bellboy just wanted to say congrats.
Hmm.
Now, while you were watching the two of them, did you notice anything strange? Hmm. I did feel something weird.
He's a very bad witness.
I think that's the point. Is he's basically just there to give the weirdest testimony ever to stall things while Gumshoe and the investigative squad find Maya.
Maybe. Everything's
I
based
think
on feelings and not evidence.
that's pretty much Phoenix's whole defense style, apparently.
Oh yeah, for sure.
I think it was because Matt, well, he gave the bellboy a tip. Always tip your waitstaff, folks.
Please. That's a perfectly normal thing to do. Exactly.
A tip, yeah, but that's a perfectly normal thing to do.
Oh, how long did you watch the two of them?
Not more than a minute or two, I think.
This is the most useless testimony. All right.
Yeah, I want to know about his
Um,
guests.
you want to know about his guess? Okay.
Yeah, press him about his so-called guests. Okay, so who are these guests you're talking about? You guys, of course. You and Maya and Little Pearl.
Yeah.
Thought that would be really rude since I invited you guys if I disappeared on you. So I went back to my seat pretty soon after seeing Matt in the hallway. It's like squeezing water from a stone. It's probably pointless to press further.
Do you remember this incident? Did Mr. Powers leave his seat that night?
Don't remember that happening at all. Maya was making such a racket in her hyper state. I ended up focusing on her.
I see. In any case, from his story, he probably wasn't gone for very long. So when he told us about this, he mentioned the tip, but he didn't say that in the last one. So maybe we press it again and he'll remember what was weird.
Yeah,
I don't
maybe.
know. We probably have to press all of them. But
This is the guess one again.
oh, oops. Blah 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 blah. Blah. My bad. Talking with someone. Thought it was the bellboy. I think you
At
said
first,
this part already. I
yeah.
didn't think it was normal bellboy. Why?
Why
Why
did
did
I
I
think
think
that?
that?
I don't
Oh,
know. Wait a second. Actually, Mr. Powers, only a few minutes ago you stated
Mm. Okay. So you do have to do them in order.
You know, I
Reason.
did feel something weird. I think it was because Matt he gave the bad boy a tip.
That's weird. Then you have to do the second one and then this one. Like I would just
Hmm.
press them normally. You would only find this out if you were just pressing them backwards.
Could it be that you felt something strange about the tip giving incident yourself?
Maybe Matt on guard never tips. Maybe that's his first red flag.
Ah, yeah, that's it. You really know your job.
What? Mr. Edward. Yes, Your Honor. This bellboy. He wasn't an ordinary one, was he? Perhaps we should let the witness tell us. Very well. Mr. Powers, please amend your testimony.
You mean about the bellboy, right?
Yeah, but why do we care that he gave him a tip? I don't.
Matt
Okay.
gave the bellboy a tip.
Really?
Gave the bellboy a tip. What's so strange about that?
Right. It literally is like we're trying to get water or blood from a stone because we're having to drag the weird testimony out of him. Like
That
you
reminds
are
me from
trying to tell us something important, but
that reminds me of a very particular scene from Billy Madison.
yeah,
Yeah, they're basically they ask him a question. He gives this really long, convoluted answer, and the announcer responds with, "Nothing in that long, incoherent rambling of response was anything close to resembling a correct answer."
fantastic. Love it.
Well, you see, Matt's not a pro penny pincher like me. I was trying to figure out how much it was because the tip really shocked me. How much it was?
So he's saying that after being an action star, after being the steel samurai, beloved by children all over the world, he's now broke
Yeah,
because
that makes sense.
he hasn't had work for a while.
Yeah, I mean,
Mm-mm-mm.
that's when something even more surprising happened. God, this guy's a BuzzFeed article.
Right. But wait, there's more.
The bellboy was putting the tip he got in his pocket. And that's when I got my first good look at the guy's face. I was really shocked.
Wow. So he's gonna talk shit about how the guy looks. Real
Well,
classy.
he's probably gonna mention that he had that like cross stitch
Freaking
scar all down his back.
zipper. Yeah. I'm afraid I don't follow it all.
Sounds like Mr. Powers was surprised twice by this event.
Just why he remembers it so kind of clearly.
I wonder which of his shocking moments I should ask.
So according to this, we're supposed to ask about the tip.
Okay.
I went to look because I was like, okay, it's giving us a choice, and I would naturally pick the face, but apparently that's
Yeah,
the wrong
same.
answer.
But that's not Phoenix Wright logic.
Nope.
The defendant is a huge star. He can afford to give generous tips. When you agree? Sure.
That's probably how Powers lost all his money, is that he used to give out big.
No, I highly doubt it.
No.
The guy doesn't strike me as the type. But giving him that much was maybe a little too much.
What does that mean?
A little too much. Like, just say a dollar amount, bro.
Would you please clarify for the court about how much would you say the defendant gave to the bellboy? I have a chair right here to put my leg up on.
Honestly, I don't know. I can't even begin to guess.
This is all strange. And where is that?
Because he gave the bed boy a really, really fat roll of cash. A roll of cash?
Phoenix is even like, oh my god, that's so much.
And yet
Why is he
Miles is
standing there?
unaffected.
Oh
Because he's
yeah,
such a
Miles is like rolling in dough. And then Phoenix is like, how am I gonna afford noodles this week? Like, they are not the same. I like to imagine that when they eventually will get together, which doesn't officially happen, but when they eventually get together, um, Edgeworth is just like, do you really live like this? No, we're moving into my place. Oh, well, how interesting. That certainly
you
was a
should
very generous tip, wasn't it? The judge also clearly doesn't value money because he's like, oh yeah, that sounds like a generous tip. That's fine.
the one judge in this town.
Right. Although Edgeworth does say, a very fat roll of cash. That hardly can be called a tip, Your Honour. Hmm.
Judge is beginning to look awfully suspicious of it.
well, we don't have anything to object to, so all right.
There's I can really object to here.
Yeah, he just said, hey, he gave him a big tip. Okay, and
I mean, who can argue that a fat roll of money isn't really odd?
yeah, I mean, the judge doesn't seem suspicious of it, so I imagine that he probably does tip pretty well on the regular. So go judge. Love that for you. So supposing that roll of cash was not a tip, then
He's
what
also
was it?
probably distracted by all of Miles and Phoenix's flirting across the witness stand. Like he's
Right?
just
He's like
engaged.
he's writing fan fiction so he can send it to Gumshoe later.
Exactly. They run the
The
Edgeworth
Discord.
White fan. Yeah, like Discord.
I love that. The shipping Discord. Payment,
Yeah.
Your Honor. Payment?
So would there be Minix?
I don't know. I mean, it's
Hmm.
Edgeworth and Wright, and of course Miles and Phoenix, but
Right.
I don't know. Isles? No. Hmm.
Miles.
We'll workshop this and get back to it.
Yeah.
Isn't it obvious? For the murder of one Garida. Then, then the bellboy the witness saw. Yes, he was the assassin.
Not a good angle on Edgeworth there.
Hold your horses now. Mr. Edward, you don't have any proof of this, do you?
Yeah, that's literally never stopped either one of them before.
Actually, have I ever been unprepared to support my claims, Your Honor?
Who am I? Phoenix?
I have here the card Shelley de Killer left at the scene of the crime. Also, it literally only happened to me one time where I was presenting forged evidence and didn't know about it. That was earlier.
Was
There
she
was
forged
a
and faked?
well, yes, actually, that is literally the reason why he faked his death, or said Miles Edgeworth chooses death, because he found out that at an old trial he had presented not necessarily like falsified evidence, but like evidence that didn't quite like there was a bunch of missing evidence that would have like pinned it on the right person instead of the person that
Hmm.
they accused of it. Of course, the person they accused of it was dead, so you know. Really, the killer. He is the person the police's special investigations team has been chasing for ages. I am certain that the person the witness saw was this very assassin, Shelley de Killer.
Really?
Well, prize monkey face. Hmm? What's wrong, Mr. Powers?
No, nothing. Something just clicked in my head, and I think I figured something out.
That's not good.
That's not good,
Oh?
she says. Actually, I saw that bad boy again later on that night. What?
Oh my god, oh my god. Mr. Powers, please testify. Tell us what you saw.
Yes, sir. Right away.
Wow. All of that just so we could get to this testimony. Makes sense. The second time.
This time I was in the hallway because I had to go to the bathroom.
He was just going to the hallway for no reason, just randomly.
And that's when that bad boy I saw earlier came out of the room.
Sorry, Arlo. I dropped my controller onto the table and the dog went wild. My bad.
Of course, when I say room, I mean one corrida's room. Now that I think about it, that bad boy did seem kind of out of place. Yeah, so he had to be the assassin, I'm sure.
Dog go bark. You are correct.
I mean,
Thank you very much. That is all we need for now.
huh?
Hmm.
But I'm not done. There's still more.
Let us first establish that the bellboy was truly Mr. De Killer. Then we shall see. So the bellboy came out of the victim's room. And if that bellboy really was the assassin, then I think the answer is fairly obvious. That would be correct, Your Honor. Well, Mr. Wright, I believe it is your turn to entertain and make us laugh.
Sexy Edgeworth.
Right. This is no laughing matter. All right, what are we gonna? I'm sure we have to press because we don't really have evidence to do anything with. So we're supposed to be delaying the trial, so I'm imagining that we're probably pressing everything to try to make it as drawn out as possible. I don't know.
Mm-hmm.
All right, he had to go to the bathroom. That's when I saw the bellboy came out of the room. I say Juan Carita's room. Now I think about it, he seemed out of place. Yeah, so he had to be the assassin, I'm sure. What do we want to press?
Press him about how he seemed out of place, maybe?
Yeah, because he didn't really like explain why he seemed out of place. Why would it be out of place for
Um,
a bellboy to come out of a room?
so what exactly was so out of place about him?
Right, right, right. Why the insipid grin?
Maybe because I have no idea what damaging thing he's gonna say next.
See, this is a weird position for Phoenix because normally, like, he believes in his client, he knows his client's innocent, like, he's gonna fight tooth and nail, but he still doesn't know what damaging thing the witness is gonna say next. Like, that's normal for him. This is completely normal. And yet, like, he's way more nervous about it this time.
Well, the bellboy was empty-handed.
Why would that be weird?
Empty-handed?
Why would that be weird? Because he didn't have like a serving tray, or
Yeah. Well,
I don't know.
mm-hmm. The bellboy was one of those room service people, right? But he wasn't pushing a cart, and he hadn't wasn't holding a tray either.
Well, so in the very, very first trial of the game, um, what happened was the bellboy came and dropped off, like not this bellboy, obviously, the bellboy at the time, who is for this same hotel, weirdly enough, um, like came and dropped off two coffees, and he was just carrying them. So it might not be that unusual for them to just carry it in this universe,
Yeah,
or at least
but
at this
Powers
hotel.
Powers might not know that. That might be the first time he stayed at the hotel, and other hotels he stayed at in the past have had more traditional bellboys.
True. And we did see him with a tray earlier when it was in the little flashback. So maybe
Yeah,
he's just expecting him to have a tray.
you'd call that a little strange too, wouldn't you?
Hmm. I agree that it is a bit strange, Mr. Powers.
Is it really that unusual for a bellboy to be empty-handed? What
Hmm.
should I do? Should I let Mr. Powers' testimony slide, or
Okay. So do we let it slide or do we try to pull a fast one?
I mean, I'm interested to see what trying to pull a fast one is, but I don't know if that's the logical
I'm
thing
gonna
here.
pick it. I'm gonna pick it. Hang on.
Yeah, go for it.
Can we save? Okay, we can save.
Yeah, go
All
for it.
right, we're gonna save. We're gonna pick that one. And if it's the right one, I'm gonna be very tickled.
There's nothing strange or unusual about an empty-handed bellboy.
I mean, there's not, at least to me, based on what we've seen. But
There really, really is.
okay.
There really, really isn't.
They're just arguing back and forth. If you two are done being school children, Bellboys are for room service. There is no reason for them to be empty handed ever. After they deliver it, come on now. Your Honour, I ask that the witness's previous statement be supplanted with this new one.
Edgeworth, you're going to do whatever you can to make the bellboy look suspicious.
Yeah. I see. Very well. This court recognizes and grants the prosecution's request. Because I like him better than you, Phoenix. He's not dumb. Mr. Powers, if you could amend your testimony, please. I'm actually the judge
Also,
from your dream, where you were terrible, and I don't forgive you.
and also because Edgeworth also slipped me a massive wad of.
Right.
Yes, sir.
They go out drinking all the time. Edgeworth covers all his drinks and stuff. All right. We got a new statement, so I'm assuming this was the right choice. What do we do with it? Like, do we have evidence of like why he would have been empty-handed?
I mean, ask him about coming out of Karita's room, I guess.
Maybe. Okay. Well, press and see. Like maybe why does he know it's Karita's room?
The victim's room, huh? Yeah, the one with all the really pretty flowers and teddy bears. It was one's room, all right.
Fair.
Words cannot describe how screwed I am.
Okay. Hmm. Let's continue with the testimony, shall we? All right.
All right, that one.
Okay. So there's got to be something we can do with this. Whether, I mean, if we
Okay.
press it, they're just going to get in a back and forth, I think. So do we have anything that would. Where's the Where's the crime scene photo?
Yeah, ask him about the like the glass,
Like the wine
because he saw.
glass?
Well, yeah, because he saw the bellboy with the glass earlier when he was talking to him on guard, but then when he was coming out of Karita's room, it was empty, but the glass
Yeah.
and juice from that tray earlier was in Karita's room.
Oh, maybe.
So maybe ask about that. Yeah.
Was the tray also in this photo? Yeah, the tray's here
Yep.
too. So the tray, the bottle, and the cup. So of course, if he'd been carrying all that and he just left it in there, yeah, it's not suspicious at all. What are you talking about? What about this wine glass? Even though it has Adrian's fingerprints on it. Well, he was wearing gloves, probably.
Yeah. Mr. Powers. Yes. You're easily influenced by other people's words, aren't you?
Mmm.
Going for the
Okay.
Edgeworth tactic here.
Yep.
As soon as you heard that the bellboy might have been the killer, you got caught up in believing it must be true.
He does like celebrity gossip. I think that was like an established thing about him
Yeah,
earlier.
yeah, I remember
So,
that. But isn't he really suspicious?
see?
He's got all those stitches
Oh,
and
can't judge a book by its cover, Powers. What about you? Come on.
so the a baseball has stitches. Yep.
I don't think that does what you think it does, Phoenix.
Well, I mean, it's just funny because baseball's super popular overseas, like in Japan and China, so
True, true,
it makes
true.
sense. All right, you saying all
Ooh, hydrate.
baseballs are suspicious because they have stitches?
Wow. Suspicious dishes. Gulp.
Well, there's also, I mean, what about him being empty-handed?
Mm. We're making a good case for him being
Oh, yep,
easily influenced
he's doing the Edgeworth. He's like become Edgeworth now. I'd like to ask the court to please take a look here.
at this photograph.
Look at this photograph.
Thank you. This is a crime scene.
There's a wine glass sitting next to Mr. Karita's bottle. See, they call it a wine glass, but it's filled with tomato juice. I don't understand.
But also, why is it in black and white? Like, did they not have color photos?
Um, they assume a lot of crime scene photos they would assume are probably taken in black and white, just because that's what movies have told them.
Fair.
And honestly, black and white photos can sometimes you can get better contrast than taking them in color
Oh,
because
that makes sense.
especially in like a room like this where there's already so many bright colors that you can take them in black and white. I mean, you're supposed to take
Yeah.
multiple photos with different filters and stuff like that.
Yeah.
But I imagine that it's in black and white just because like they assume it should be in black and white because old detective movies and stuff.
Well, I think it also helps the player because I
Yeah,
mean you see the contrast of like the blood on him. You can see the
right.
darkness of the wine glass. Like it probably does help the player as well for it to be in black and white. So
Yeah. Plus they can probably just like animate it once with all the color because you go in there during the investigation phase. So
mhm.
yeah, the liquid inside this glass is tomato juice. And now, if you would look at what is on top of the table in the lower right corner here, anyone can clearly see that it is a tray with a bottle of tomato juice on it.
It's
Don't know
tomato
why
juice,
I'm
nothing else. Who cares that we called it a wine glass?
The bellboy had just brought this to Mr. Carita's room. He left the tray in the room, which is why he was empty-handed when he left.
Yeah.
That
What? That would mean the bellboy had seen and left a dead body in the room. Not necessarily.
But can you prove that Mr. Credo was already dead at that time?
Mr. Edgeworth. Yes. I blame you for leading me down this route.
Uh-oh, suddenly he likes Phoenix better.
I'm terribly sorry.
What is with him? Why is he laughing?
Witness, isn't there one more thing you'd like to share with us?
Objection, leading the witness, Your Honor. It,
Overruled.
it
I don't like your
is.
vibes.
God damn, vibe
The
check gets me every
bellboy
time.
was empty handed, or should I say empty handed? I recall you had something interesting to say about his hands.
Oh yeah, I almost forgot.
Now, to be fair, he was about to say something at the end of his first part of the testimony, but then Edgeworth cut him off and said, "We'll save that for later." So he was like, "No, no, no. It would make the most dramatic effect if you wait to say that until Phoenix brings up the problem in the statement." Because Edgeworth is petty.
Huh? What? That bellboy, he was wearing gloves.
Yeah.
Okay, gloves? Yeah, pitch black leather ones.
Okay, that is a little weird.
Not really. Oh, all the other bellboys don't wear gloves like that, right?
I'm pretty sure that in the very first trial, the bellboy in that one was wearing white gloves. I guess technically it wasn't the very first trial. I guess technically it was the magnum opus of the second one, basically. Because the first one was like the tester or the walkthrough where it teaches you how to play the game, and that one
Mm-hmm.
was technically Phoenix and Maya were or Phoenix and Mia were both still there, and it was like Phoenix's first trial ever. He took on a murder case. But it was the second trial in the first game where, Mia's dead and you're trying to prove the guy that is the murderer is the murderer. And the bellboy in that one did have gloves. They were like white, you'd see in like a fancy movie or whatever.
Yeah, like a maitre d's kind of gloves.
Yeah, pretty much. Black leather gloves. That was a weird voice. Hang on. Black leather gloves? Why didn't you mention them earlier?
Sorry, it slipped my mind. And also, I got my cue cards out of order. Hold on.
Right.
Ugh, boy, does this make the bellboy look really suspicious. Again, not really.
I mean, leather gloves in a hotel is a little bit weird already, but then like black leather ones, I don't know.
I mean, not necessarily. If the hotel doesn't have a policy of like what kind of gloves you have to wear, wearing leather gloves if you're long shift, uh,
Maybe.
stalking, like carrying things makes sense because they've got good, like they're very
True.
supple
Gripping.
and yeah. I mean, it doesn't make it's not that suspicious.
I think their uniform is like white and gold though,
Hmm.
so they would definitely look a little out of place.
Yeah.
But like, it's not 100% like, yeah, that's suspicious, but it's like, that is a little
All right,
weird.
gotta focus. I can't get lax here. So, what if you had gloves? A lot of bellboys wear gloves. Come on, Mr. Wright. The bellboy was wearing black leather ones. So, oh my god, a
Sports.
football made of leather.
This is his attempt to not be seen as gay. Just mentions all the sports. Oh wow.
Sorry. Are you saying all footballs are suspicious because they're made of leather?
You're welcome.
You're really just
I'm on fire tonight.
yeah, true.
But that man, he received a large roll of cash from the defendant, and then he was seen leaving the crime scene wearing black leather gloves. I don't think that even someone like myself can believe he was just another bellboy. Are you saying you're gullible? Like, what? What do you mean, someone like myself? Judge, what does that say about you? It's supposed to be the, law of this country right now happening. It seems that we finally have come to an understanding. Now then, witness, please continue with the rest of your testimony.
You'll
There's
find it
more.
in cue cards 4 through 6. The rest.
Yeah. Oh, yes, please tell us more. Oh, let me get my tea ready. My popcorn.
Okay. After leaving, Juan's room, the bellboy went and knocked on Matt's door just like that. He gave something to the person inside the room. Then the old guy just left without even going into the room. After that, I went to the bathroom and then back to my seat. Wow, that all happened very quick, or he had to use the bathroom for a very long time.
Yeah. So, the bellboy, after leaving the crime scene, went to the defendant's room? I mean, it was across the hall.
Yeah, I kind of saw that by accident. Some accident? I'd say you saw too much.
Gosh damn it.
And all of it was suspicious to high heaven.
I think it's safe to say that we can no longer consider this bellboy to be normal. Now then, let's get started, shall we? Mr. Wright, your cross-examination, please. Wow.
Yes, Your Honor.
All right. So obviously, he gave something to the person inside the room. We need to know about it. Like that. That's the only thing that stood out to me is he gave something to the person inside the room. Did you see the person? What was the something?
Yeah, can you confirm it was Matt Curry or Matt
Exactly.
on guard?
Because I mean, what if he had hold it? I said hold it. Wow, amazing. Those were a great segue right there.
Yeah,
But he never specified oh he handed something to Matt, proving that it was Matt. Another hydrate. Wow.
it could have very well been Adrian.
Exactly. She admitted that she was in there.
Okay, that's better. What kind of statement is that? Please elaborate and give us a few more details. Oh, okay. Let me just look through these cue cards Edgeworth gave me here.
All right. Do we ask about the person or about the something? Because I want to ask about
Um,
both, but
I mean, do we have the option to ask about both?
we usually if one of them's wrong, it'll deduct us, and then we go ask about the other one. So I think we just have to find the less wrong or the more
I
right.
mean, I would ask. I mean, if Phoenix's whole role in this charade is to try to cast suspicion on his client, or cast suspicion off his client rather, I would
Yeah.
ask about the person inside because then it could be like, oh well, you can't confirm even though it was his room. Matt was in there. It could have
Right.
been another bellboy, or it could have been Adrian or somebody.
True. True. And Adrian did have the card later.
Yep. So who took this something the bellboy handed off? Actually, I don't know. Yeah, thank you, Q.
Adrian.
Actually, yeah. What do you mean? I'm sorry, but I only saw the person's arm.
Okay. Only an arm. Well, you'd be able to tell if it was a man or a woman at least.
Hmm?
Kind of.
Then you're saying you didn't see the person's face.
But if you saw an arm, it means it's possibly not Matt because Matt has that robot arm that he was wearing. He
Well,
didn't
yeah, but
actually
I
have a
mean,
robot arm, but he had
but he
the
wouldn't be
costume
wearing.
on.
Would he be wearing the full costume in his own room?
Well,
Especially if it was like.
Adrian
Uh,
said he was because she snuck the
yep.
button into his hakama.
Well, he was wearing the bottom part of the hakama, but the photo they showed when he was quote unquote taking his
Oh
nap
yeah.
said he just had the bottom part, not the.
Oh yeah. I guess they didn't say specifically that he had both on. Well, I guess we'll find out.
Then you're saying you didn't see the person's face. Yes.
Well, it was Mr. Ungard's room, correct? Or it could have only been Mr. Ungard himself, I'd say. And then, what did the bellboy do after that?
Oh, so after he gave the person inside the room the thing,
I don't think that was it because it didn't give us anything new.
then the guy just left without going inside the room. He gave
Yeah, it didn't
something to
give
the
us
person.
anything new, so maybe it was supposed to be the something?
Yeah.
Okay, that's better. What kind of thing is that?
Yeah,
Ask about the
ask about
something.
something, I guess.
That's a
He
little
gave
weird, though.
something to this person. Yes. And what was this something? what it was, I wouldn't be calling it a something, would I?
He is the worst witness. But this implies that something was removed from the scene of the crime. Are you sure it really can't you can't really remember, Mr. Powers?
I think it was something kind of small.
I would like to summarize the testimony up until this point, if you don't mind. When the bellboy left the crime scene, he immediately went to the defendant's room. But Powers said he was empty handed. How did he then hand something to somebody inside a room?
Yeah, that's a great question.
This is weird. There, he handed a small item of some sort to the person inside. As for the person who received the item, all you could see was the person's arm.
Yes, it was just like that.
But how was he empty handed and then. Okay.
I think
Mr.
they meant
Edward.
empty-handed of like bellboy stuff.
Oh, maybe. Mr. Edward, is all this really that important? Of course, Your Honour. I think this is of the utmost importance. This is when whatever was removed from the crime scene was handed over to the client. Mr. Powers, please try to remember what it was the bellboy handed off.
Well, let's see. I think it was no.
If you remember, please add it to your testimony.
Yes, sir.
Hmm.
If I saw it again, I could say for sure, but I think there was some sort of wooden statue.
Okay, do we have some sort of wooden statue?
I don't think so.
Either. But there was something that was weird. Um, this. So this should like okay. So when we saw it, they said something like, "Oh, that would fit better in Juan Parita's house," but we found this in Matt on Guard's house.
Yeah, but
So,
would Phoenix want to show him that?
well, no, of course not. But we have to show him something.
I mean, it
Um,
does say it does say it is wooden, so that probably is what it is.
it says like a statue because if it just said something wooden, it could maybe be this.
No. I mean, if you go to the
But
bear's description, it says the bear is made of a
oh,
wooden bear figurine.
wooden and
So
figurine.
that
Oh,
probably is what
it
it
probably
is.
is. Dang. That means we have to present it. Dang
Yeah.
it. All right. We'll be guilty. Hmm.
Hmm?
Hmm.
Hmm.
Hmm. What is the point of that pregnant pause? Where did that object come from? Well, speak up.
It was me, Your Honor. It's always me. It's kind of my tagline.
He just like tosses the object and they're like, where did that come from? What is it, Phoenix?
I have a feeling that something bad is going to happen once I show this.
Yep. Mr. Wright, if you have something to say, please spit it out.
Yes, Your Honor. Okay, Phoenix, deep breath. Mr. Powers, the something you saw, was this the item? Oh, hey, that's it. That's the something.
Hmm.
Wow, Mr. Wright, you really figured it out.
Wow. He could just be saying that. I recall we found this at Maton Guard's house. Or mansion, sorry. He lives in a mansion, but it's so small compared to mine, and I called it a house. At the defendant's house? Yeah. What does this mean? It's simple, Your Honor. Charlie the killer assassinated one Corrida in his room, and then he stole this wooden bear from the scene of the crime. Then wherever being found at Mr. Ungard's mansion would mean. It goes without saying, Your Honor. Mr. Matt Ungard is the killer's client. This is clearly. Order, order, order! I said order! Mr. Wright, this is a most unfortunate turn of events for you. Why would you present this in the first freaking place? We
Yeah.
had to. The game said we had to.
Sorry, Mia.
No, it's alright. Your judgment was sound. Actually, I figured the bear would come up. If not now, then it would have later on. Even if you hadn't shown it in the court, I'm sure your friend Edgeworth would have. Friend Edgeworth.
I almost forgot that he knew about it too.
Yeah. I think it is clear that there is no need for us to continue this trial. Oh.
Can't let this happen. I have to do something. There has to be something we've overlooked.
I mean, we know he's guilty, so it's literally
Throwing
not,
a
but.
minute, dudes.
Yes, Mr. Wright?
There are still a few points left that we have not fully explored.
What are you trying to pull? Oh, well, we can't have that. Right, Mr. Wright, what questionable point would you like to explore further?
I mean, the
Um,
person who received the bear, I mean, it was found at
yeah,
Matt's house. We do know that Adrian access to his house and was trying to frame him.
that's true.
So we could try to bring it back around to her.
Yeah, let's try that.
There was one thing in Mr. Power's testimony that was very unclear. That is the identity of the person who received the bear. He gave something to the person inside the room. I'm sorry, but I only saw the person's arm. As long as we don't know who it was that took the bear, we can't be sure of. Ah,
Ah!
hmm?
Hmm? Hmm?
Hmm?
Why is he unsure? Well, what is it, Mr. Powers? If you're going to scream like that, then at least give us a good reason why.
Oh, yeah, sorry. Actually, so I remembered. I found the cue card. I remembered who took the bear. What?
Really? I'm sure you're not totally influenced at all.
I mean, I only saw his arm, but but the arm.
Is it the costume?
It was the
Yep.
nickel samurai's arm. I swear it. I mean, again, we know Adrian was wearing it.
Right, so we know Adrian was wearing the costume, so that's probably our out. Also, we
You,
can't see the stitch on the bellboy's face.
yeah, you've got to be kidding.
Phoenix is like, oh my god, of course you would remember now. That should have been super obvious if you remembered it before. There's no way that you were just led to that. Oh, you're sure of that, Mr. Powers?
Yeah, I'm sure it was the nickel samurai.
I'm not sure. I can't believe the word says. Order, order. It looks like you've dug your own grave. Yet again.
How many times is that today? I've lost count. I mean,
Well, he's gonna
again,
lose consciousness in a minute.
can still prove that it was Adrian because we know she was wearing the nickel
Exactly.
samurai outfit.
So the person who took in this Isobel was the Nickel Samurai. Now, see, Edward is very careful because he can't say, "Oh, it was Madame because he also
Right.
knows Adrian Andrews was wearing the costume.
Right, and he's in on this whole charade too.
But then, of course, he follows it up with, "And as we
Right.
all know, Madame is the Nickel Samurai." But at the same time, Edward still wants to prove him guilty. Like he wants to follow the truth, even if it means
Right. But
Maya has to be sacrificed.
well, I don't know about that. I mean, I think he
Well,
because he only bringing stuff up in like if he wanted to, he could have blown Phoenix's testimony
oh
out
yeah,
of the park. He's playing
oh
his
yeah,
part in the drama that they're doing. Because if he
true.
doesn't at least try to fight that Matt is the you know because he really wants to kill her
Oh
is what he
sure,
wants.
sure.
Um, but yeah, if he doesn't play his part, people are gonna know something's up.
True. But at the same time, like he wants to prove that Madangard is guilty. He wants him to go to jail, blah blah blah. But at the
But he's
same
slowing things.
time,
Yeah, he's slowing things down enough for Phoenix to basically play along so they can get
yeah.
Maya and then prove him guilty.
Well, otherwise he wouldn't have had faulty memory McGee here, like up on the stand, going, I don't remember. I don't remember. Oh, wait, I do remember. Conveniently,
Yeah, 404 memory not work.
right? Just he's like dial up.
Got to replace that hole in the wheel.
Thanks to the defense, we've made that all the clearer. Thanks. Damning your own client.
What am I supposed to do now? Mia, help. Don't just stand there in an 8-year-old's body.
You don't have the time to act lost. You've got to find another angle to attack this from. Hurry!
I'm not acting.
I will bring the cross-examination to her.
Your Honor.
Again, Mr. Wright. We've already removed any and all questionable areas of this testimony. It's about time you were removed from court, Mr. Wright. Oh, he's trying to get like the bailiff after you.
Find something. Even
Where's
one
my
more
son?
little point.
My dog was wandering around. I thought he was in here. I don't think he is. Don't know.
There are still questions left unanswered.
What color is the sky? What is my name? Just fake amnesia real quick.
Where is the sky?
What are you trying to pull? Didn't we ask this already?
Yeah. I mean, I feel like that's a very recurring thing with Phoenix.
Oh, well, we can't have that. All right, Mr. Wright, what questionable point would you like to explore further? Oh, interesting. So we're doing okay. So we got the right answer, but also it was a circular answer.
I guess. And now are we doing the bear itself or Powers' testimony?
I guess the bear is weird. Like, why would it be that bear? He's got like little cuts all over him.
Yeah.
Honestly, I don't know. I could
I
scroll
mean,
down in the thing, but I'm trying to
like
keep the flow going.
if this were like an actual thing, then this is where the attorney would be like, "Oh, but we know that Adrian Andrew is this, but
Yeah, so it's
but
weird
it
that
could
we can't just pick the person who received the bear again. I don't know.
yeah, and then like and then just submit Adrian, you
Yeah,
know."
I guess I'm just gonna do the bear, but
Yeah, I think it's fairly obvious that the bear itself is very questionable.
I think what we're doing is stalling. I think that's what
Yeah,
Phoenix is trying to
probably.
do. But it's weird that he wouldn't just bring up Adrian.
Right.
Hmm. The bear, Mr. Right?
So it's found at Mr. Ungard's mansion. However, Mr. Ungard was arrested at the hotel that night,
That's true. So who brought it there?
which means that since the murder occurred, he has not had a chance to go home.
I didn't even think about that.
That's actually a good point.
That is a very good point. Oh my goodness, there's a little man running around. Excuse me, come here. Here. If you're gonna be running around, you're gonna be on stream. Come here. No, come back. Stupid table. Wow. Oh,
I think Your Honor has already figured out what I'm trying to say.
here, puppy. What are you doing? Oh my god. Buzz on the
It's not
desk.
possible that it was Mr. Ungard who took this bear to his mansion.
Oh, buddy, come here. Apparently, I have to go grab him because he wants to be in the room, but he doesn't want to be on camera. And I managed to mess up my whole camera by leaning over. There it goes. I can just white balance it on my arm again. It's fine. Why, that's very true. I didn't consider that point, Mr. Right. We added way too many words in that.
Yeah.
There was no way, time-wise, for the defendant to have taken this bear home.
Disaster averted. It's
Objection. You haven't gotten the best of me yet, Mr. Wright. That comes later.
huh?
I remember it clear as day. I remember what you muttered to yourself at Ungard's mansion. We have this area completely surrounded. There's no way for him to escape.
I can't believe it. That butler. All this time, he was the killer.
The killer and Ungard were working together, so to speak. I'm bringing up everything you said at the mansion because I hate to lose. And the killer
And
was
you never
hiding at
confirmed
Ungard's
what.
mansion as its butler. Oh, what a bold move.
Yeah, but then that still doesn't
Well,
make any sense. Why would
if
he give
he
it?
handed it, like, how did he then go retrieve it and take it back?
That's exactly what my point. Yeah. Why did he give it to Vanguard and then only to take it to the mansion himself?
And it could still be somebody told him to do that to further implicate Madame Guard.
Yeah.
So, the bear figurine was brought back to Ungard Mansion by the killer himself. When it looked like he was about to be arrested, Umgard had him do so. I assume because it would have been bad had the police found it during their investigation. Hmm. Well, Mr. Wright, you've been quiet for quite a while now.
This is too much. Isn't there anything I can attack at all?
He's like over here, like blacking out from the panic and stress.
Yeah, I mean, like multiple
Lack of
things.
sleep. I think we've heard enough. We don't know why this bear figurine was at the defendant's mansion, as well as who it was that received the bear from the assassin in his room. Everything has become very clear. The client, who hired the assassin to commit the murder, was Mr. Matangard. I see no reason for this trial to continue. Therefore, I will now hand down my verdict. Thank you, Your Honor, for your understanding. You see, Mr. Wright, you could not win against the truth, could you? Hmm.
I knew it would turn out this way. After all, what Edrith has stated is the truth.
Hmm. Any last objections, Mr. Wright?
Do I? What should I do?
I mean, yeah, obviously, we don't want Maya to die. I will now announce my
Objection. There's only one way for me to drag this trial out. The thing I have left is this one dirty trick. Just kisses Edgeworth on the
4 out of 5 doctors hate it.
More BuzzFeed articles. Right now, we have these 2 reasons to believe my client is the assassin's client. Reason number 1, he accepted the bear figurine from the assassin. Reason number 2, that very same figurine was found in Unguard Mansion.
What he
However,
should have said is the Nickel Samurai accepted rather than he accepted.
well, he was those were the points that the judge and Edgeworth made. So I think that's what
Yeah,
he's bringing up.
got it.
However, it's possible this is all the work of a certain other person. Here we go.
What are you saying?
What I'm saying is, it's possible a different person is to kill his real client.
Why did he get to the point where the judge was about to declare him guilty before he was like,
Yes,
oh, wait, actually?
Yeah, I would have brought that up way earlier.
Yeah, this should have been way before any of the bears and any of that. The real client?
Yes.
Is this all you have? Yeah. Now then, Mr. Wright, let's hear your theory. Who do you say is the killer's real client, and therefore the real murderer? That's
Okay,
not
now
quite
you
how that
present.
works, but
It was
Adrian.
Maya all along.
Yeah, even though she's missing completely. It was Shelley the killer. He was his own client. Sorry, John Doe. Present. Adrian Andrews. Adrian Andrews?
Yes, we already know that she tried to frame Matt on guard for the crime
She did do that.
by wearing a spare nickel samurai costume.
Oh,
Then,
boy, that was you.
the nickel samurai arm that I saw, that could have very well been Miss Andrews.
He was wearing the costume. But what about Mr. On Guard?
If you would please recall yesterday's testimony.
Why no one is, I'll never know. Yeah, see, he is wearing it.
Oh, you were right. He is wearing the costume. The defendant
Must
was
be
taking a
horribly
nap during.
uncomfortable.
Yeah. Well, I mean, he also wasn't actually taking a nap either. So.
As far as we know.
Well, no, he even said he was when he went all psycho killer, and
Oh,
basically
yeah, that he was pretending to
the
nap.
crime. He was
That's
like,
right.
"Oh, I was pretending to take a nap."
Phoenix is trying to win an acquittal as quickly as possible. In his mind, he only has to cast enough doubt on the prosecution's case in order for that to occur, and offering more evidence conjecture to the court is a double-edged sword when it comes to Edgeworth. That is absolutely true.
Fair enough. Yeah.
You are very correct. Also, welcome in. That's right. Then finding this figure at Mr. Unguard's mansion?
It was a well-laid trap set by Miss Andrews.
Hmm.
Mm.
Mr. Edgeworth, what is your opinion on this? Hmm. I can't even begin to count the flaws in the defense's logic. Besides which, there is no evidence to support it.
I mean, there's
However,
just as much evidence to support. Yeah.
yeah, literally, it's the same evidence. Okay. I can't fully discount its possibility either. Hmm. Where's with this trial? Come on, anyone can tell Unguard did it. I can't believe the defense would go so far as to pin the guilt onto someone else. Unbelievable.
This is to save Maya. This is to save Maya.
It's like mantraing itself the whole time. Just, oh my god, it's to save Maya, it's to save Maya, it's to save Maya.
Even if the whole world turns against me, this is one fight I can't give up on.
Yeah. Go, Phoenix. Order, order, order! All disruptive parties will be forced to leave the courtroom. Your Honor, for the benefit of the defense, I am willing to play along with his what if game. Now, literally, because, to benefit him. His what if game, Mr. Edgeworth. The prosecution is prepared to challenge the defense's theory. I was prepared for this. Mr. Wright, even you must have thought it strange and wondered. Why would the criminal want this little wooden bear?
He's right. Killer did especially bring that bear on guard right away. Why do you ask? Is there something special about it?
Oh, I bet there is. Absolutely. And I'm sure that once the court knows its significance, the true killer's identity will become crystal clear. Your Honor, the prosecution calls upon a witness who will clear all doubts against Miss Andrews. And who would that be?
Miss Andrews herself, I'm guessing.
It's quite simple, Your Honor. Miss Adrian Andrews herself.
I'm surprised she's willing to work with Edgeworth after the
I mean,
psychological deterioration he gave her on the stand.
she's got to cling on to somebody with good brain power. And although she's like head over heels for Francisca right now, because she's gay as heck and can't function by herself, Francisca was in the hospitals. Or she. Well then, the court will take a short 10-minute recess. The prosecution will prepare its witness in that time. I almost said prostitution because that, I don't know.
That's
Yes,
just where
Your
your
Honor.
brain's at.
I read the letters and I was like, yeah, prostitution. That's the right word. Nope, not. Very incorrect. All right. Oh man. Oh, I knew it was a good idea to hold her hostage. Don't you agree, Mr. Lawyer? But I never thought that in your desperation you'd try to pin the guilt onto Adrian.
Ugh, I swear this demon will pay.
I wish I had a snifter.
Uh,
Mr. Nick!
oh, Pearl, you're back. Where's Mia?
I don't know. A really strong power suddenly called her away.
Really strong power.
Ooh, Maya.
Ring, ring.
Ring, ring, ring. Oh, Mr. Nick, your phone is.
It's from Gumshoe.
Beep.
How's it going? Have you been hanging in there, pal? Yeah, sort of. We just barely found something to latch onto. Whew, that's good, pal. And what about you? Anything yet?
Literally anything. Please tell me I can get away from the psycho.
Have you figured out where the killer and Maya are? We still don't have any leads, but what? We don't have any more time.
Like literally, not have time.
If we just had one, even a single clue could really be helpful.
Hmm.
I was only able to come this far because I kept thinking to myself, if I've got to keep this trial going until Maya's been ready. But if I just ran out of luck this time, is all our hope for naught?
Wow.
A
A tent.
tent.
I don't know who said it.
Huh? A tent?
I could see a circus tent. Haha, it is her.
Hi, Mia. Mia.
It looks like Maya was unconscious until just a few minutes ago. As soon as she woke up, she called for me.
So it was Maya that called you away.
I mean, obviously. There's like two mediums in the whole world right now. She's locked in a dusty little room right now. But I could see a circus tent outside the window, about 300 feet away.
Gumshoe, is there a circus in town right now?
Is it the very big circus?
There's only one, pal. The very big circus.
Kind of hated that trial.
Maya is somewhere within a 300-foot radius of the main tent.
Great.
What? Okay, hold on a sec, pal.
I'm gonna
I
go tell
mean,
everybody. They're gonna think I'm crazy, but
Mia didn't say the main tent, just a tent. So it could be anywhere within the circus, really.
well, I imagine that it's probably one of those that just has the one main tent, which, according to the last case that we did, the case
Mm,
that was actually the very big circus, it was just the one big tent. So,
okay.
and
And
I could see a mailbox under the window, just outside.
Gumshoe, there's also a mailbox.
Why did she just put her on the phone?
Okay, what else? What else, Mia?
I'm sorry, but it was a very small window. I couldn't see anything else. It felt like it was in an old office building, maybe the third floor or so.
See, here we go. Yeah, I had an office building. Good stuff, pal. Okay, just hang in there. Just a little longer, pal. Wish us luck.
So I'm pretty sure Gumshoe remembers when there was all this medium stuff going on, like Maya was accused of murder and they were taking over people's bodies. But we never really got confirmation that he believed it until he's like just taking her word for where Maya is. He's just like, yeah, I'm on board. I'm going right now. I questioned nothing.
Good luck. I'll call you later, so don't let your battery die, okay, pal?
I will.
Mia, Maya's not hurt, right?
She's in pretty bad state, Phoenix. She's being starved.
Gumshoe, please hurry.
Aw. Looks like we're out of time. Are you alright, Phoenix?
It's only a matter of time before Maya's rescued. I can do this. I just have to make this trial last a little longer.
Alright. Just a little longer. What are we going to do? I'm surprised because there's actually two parts to this that wasn't like part one. So this might still all be part one. Maybe. The killer, the man who murdered the victim, handed this to his client. I didn't read what the judge said. From this, one obvious question arises. Why this particular item? It's only midday on this day, so you have a long day ahead. Alrighty, we're in for a long haul. I believe the answer to that question will provide us with the name of the real culprit. I've said that weird. Now then, the prosecution calls the defendant's manager, Adrian Andrews, to the stand. Alright.
She's not twirling the card this time. That's a good animation.
Yeah, I
change.
don't have to whirl it around. Currently, the witness is accused of tampering and obstruction of justice. However, you have been called to the witness stand today to ascertain who exactly is guilty of murder. I understand. Very good. Now, have you ever seen this bear before, Miss Andrews? Of course I have. You've seen it before? That's right. It's only natural that the witness has. Miss Andrews, could you please enlighten the court to this bear's secrets? All right.
Why does she?
I mean, because she's secretly the person. No, maybe.
I mean, they weren't dating, so.
True. The bear figurine. Actually, this is an elaborate puzzle. If you know the correct order, it can be taken apart one piece at a time. At its center is a small cavity with just enough room to store an item. Because of its complexity, if you don't know the order, you can't open the bear. You really can't tell that it's a small jewelry box just by looking at it. Hmm. Oh, there's figurine. It's a container of sorts, is it? Yes. Looks can be deceiving. Wouldn't you agree? Yes, this is superb craftsmanship. Not like that thinker that we saw. That was actually a clock. Oh yes, I nearly forgot. You may begin your cross-examination. Go ahead. Looks like there really was something to that bear after all. All right, what do we do? Press everything, I guess.
A puzzle.
That's right. But it looks like an ordinary figurine.
True enough. People who don't know, I'm sure they would never guess that this was a puzzle.
I mean, it's got a lot of like markings in it. Maybe.
So, what kind of puzzle is this exactly?
Is this our second drawing this out technique? Is to just press everything?
I guess, yeah. So, you can take it apart. And how would one go about doing that?
Well, you first turn its tail to the right and then push it in. Oh, yes, I see. After that, the arms and legs are free to move and can be removed. Oh, this is most interesting. The judge is just like messing with it.
Boy and his new toy. It's like he's five all over again.
Oh, okay. So if we press her, she might continue telling us how to take it apart, maybe?
Yeah, but
Hmm.
I think Edward's implied he already knows because he said whatever's in here will
Hmm.
reveal the color.
Oh, don't mind me. Go ahead and carry on.
I think he's lost it.
He is no longer listening. He is just playing with that little puzzle. So, what do you find after you take the puzzle apart? There's a small cavity, an item.
And how do you know about this?
I know, because I was the one who bought it.
Huh?
It was a souvenir from when a friend and I went to visit Switzerland. Then this was a present from you? That's right. It was a puzzle in the shape of a bear, so I thought it would be perfect for one.
So it was a present from Miss Andrews.
Hmm. Witness, let's continue with your testimony. Watery can open bear.
So who exactly knew how to solve this puzzle?
It's a little weird that like, oh, I know what to do because, I'm the person who bought it. Isn't that just gonna make her look more suspicious?
I mean, kind of, yeah.
Yeah, see, if they're the only people who knew, she would want the bear.
Yeah, I'll be right back. By the way.
Okay. All right. So this has kind of been an interesting case because there's a lot of evidence that supports that Andrews was the person and was the client and the person who hired it, maybe even the killer. Like all these different things point to Adrian Andrews, but it was Matt because we know it was Matt because we have the confession and everything like that. So we're having to prove something we don't believe, which is probably really hard on Phoenix. I don't think he likes that at all. And I feel bad for him because he does have to like try his best to be like, oh yeah, I totally believe my client. I'm not pretending at all. I'm definitely believing him for sure. Yeah, he's not the killer. Don't worry about it. And I have to wonder, like, is that what like normal defense attorneys go through? Like, did they know, hey, my client is fully guilty, but I have to pretend they're not because that's the only way I'm gonna win? Or do they usually do the Phoenix method where they believe in their client and they believe that they're innocent until the end? I don't know. It would be interesting to see like an actual defense attorney like weigh in. Like, are there clients that they just straight up they're like, okay, this guy's guilty, forget him, I'm done. Or it's like, oh, they're guilty, but I get it, so I'm gonna try to pretend like they're not. Or I'm just unscrupulous enough to actually get my client proven innocent, even though I know they're fully guilty. They definitely killed that person. So I have to wonder, like, is that common? Is it a trope in movies? Like, how does that rank on the scale? Like, do most lawyers like say, you know what, my client's guilty, forget them, or you know what, my client is super super guilty, but I love money and I love being right, so I'm just gonna pretend like they're innocent. The very very end, which is what Phoenix is having to do, even though he doesn't want. So it's kind of sad.
All right,
So
I'm back.
welcome back. I was just
Thank
espousing about the sadness about the fact that Phoenix has to pretend that his client is innocent. So you would think most defense attorneys hold some belief that their client is innocent. I also believe that our laws are written in a way that a savvy lawyer can successfully get someone off. Oh, yeah,
Well,
maybe.
yeah,
That
our
makes
our
sense.
courtroom is basically a giant media circus at the best of times, especially when
True.
celebrities are involved. But generally, it's a dog and pony show. One of the best things I think that illustrates that is if you've
Hmm.
ever seen the musical Chicago.
Yes.
There,
I love
yeah.
that.
So
I
Richard
love
Gere,
that so much.
soft shoe, he's
Yeah.
trying to get Roxy Hart. It's basically the legal system.
Well, see, and that was my question was like, is that like just dramatized for movies and TV shows and all that? Or like, do normal, just everyday defense attorneys go, you know what? I'm walking into this knowing that my client is fully guilty, and yet I am going to do my best to prove that they're not. Because that's
I
what
mean, it
Phoenix
is.
is having to do. So,
I mean, it is definitely like they definitely do their jobs. I would
mhm,
think that yeah. I think one up's right in this. I would
yeah.
think that most defense attorneys hold some belief that their client's innocent.
Yeah. That's a little sad. I hate to think that, but I mean, obviously they wouldn't be hired very much if they weren't getting people proven innocent. No?
Right, right.
Only the two of us, Juan and myself. It's getting hard to do her voice.
I mean, we can switch if you like.
No, 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 no. I can do her. I had her too close to Mia, so I was like, hold on.
Okay. I imagine like being sick from the shot too.
Oh yeah, from my flu shot, which, ugh, man, it was a souvenir from Switzerland. Also, when I do her voice, I usually get a little closer to my mic, but since I'm in a different location, I'm having to use this one. It's a little off.
Hmm.
So I doubt there are that many people in this same with this same bear in this country. But this looks like it can be easily broken, especially if someone just wanted to get at what's inside. I could just smash it right now because I'm not solving the puzzle.
Yeah, he just puts it down and uses his gavel.
Well, it's a toy. Defense attorneys would straight up tell their client the chances of success in defense. If the attorney knows the client is guilty, I would think that an attorney would flat out say it's better to plead guilty and get a lesser sentence.
Yeah,
That
that's
makes
generally
sense.
why defense attorneys try to go for plea deals and stuff rather than
Hmm.
uh like
Okay.
if they flat out like know their client is guilty and that there's a mountain of evidence, then they would likely either a get them to plead guilty if they don't think they can get them off, or get them to basically try to make a deal so that it doesn't
Oh, okay.
because being a defense attorney is also about your reputation. So
True, 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 true. But it can never be the same again once it's broken. Right, press it because we pressed all the rest of them. She's given us a lot of details about it, but they've all kind of flowed together. So I think this section is
yeah,
supposed to be like she's talking, Phoenix is asking, she's talking, Phoenix is asking, which the other ones don't always flow that way. So it's interesting to see it.
who else knows that this bear is actually a smoke container or jewelry box?
I never told anyone. And as long as Juan never told anyone either, then only the two of us knew.
The two of you, huh? And of course, that means Mr. On Guard did know.
Yeah, this definitely makes her look like the guilty party.
I think that may have been
Mm.
Edgeworth's plan because he did say he was going to like play along
Play
with
it.
this little charade.
Yeah, interesting. All right, it's
Play
been
along
updated.
with this charade. There doesn't seem to be a reason to change.
Well, Mr. Wright, I think even you have come to realize
Hmm?
that there is one very important fact that we have uncovered, and that is this. This bear is actually a jewelry box. Why is that important? Hmm.
Because
Now
I
that,
guess he's getting at whatever that's inside.
maybe. Now that we have agreed to this point, there is only one logical question that can come next, and that is this. What inside this jewelry box? What's inside? That's right. That's what we are going to find out next. Witness? Yes. You are the only one who can open this. Please. Hmm.
There's a painful silence hanging over the courtroom. All eyes are on Miss Andrews now as she solves the puzzle and takes the bear apart. It's like Phoenix is a noir
Click.
detective.
I've opened it. Right? He is kind of an orator. He kind of narrates a lot of things. Is this what you wanted? What is this? Looks like oat. Oh no. Is this the.
It is. This is what Adrian's been looking for.
I don't think we need to guess at what this is, do we, Mr. Wright? Serious? So this just makes her look even more guilty, though.
I know, right?
It's the suicide note. It really. Oh, wow. Okay, that's a weird place to put it. That is a weird place to put it.
I mean, not really. If it's a place only you know how to open and only you know its significance and it's small enough to fit in there, I mean, it's actually
Sure, but like, he didn't get the bear until after he and Adrian were a thing. So where was he keeping it till then?
that's actually a fair point.
I don't know. A suicide note. Suicide note left by Wankrita's former manager, Celestin Parr. Until now, no
There
one
it
knew
is.
of its whereabouts, just as we suspected it was hidden. And we have finally seen the photo this time. All right. For this session, we've seen the photo. Hidden by the victim himself, Juan Corrida. I that was out of order. Okay, sorry. It seems Celestine Paul had very beautiful handwriting. I envy it. And she has just as beautifully signed her own name on this document. It is most definitely the note she left right before she committed suicide. How did you know? Did they open it before and then they like had all the dramatics and now he's like, all right,
No,
we're
I
just all
think
gonna
I
look
think
at it?
Edward is just one of those guys that he thinks like 40 steps ahead and was like, okay, what would he keep in this special jewelry box based on everything we know about the crime, you know?
Sure, but it would also have to prove like we knew only Adrian can open the bear. Well, yeah, but he would have to have assumed that the bear was in fact a gift to Adrian, to Juan, da da da. Like he would have to know that and go, okay, what would Juan hide in there? Could have been a ring. Bear was only brought up just a moment ago. Well, true, but if he
Yeah,
knew about the bear, because he knew it was in the mansion, why
because he
did
was there
he
when
not
he found it.
but why did he not like be like, let's try to open it? Or did he ask Adrian about the bear in advance and she was like, oh, it's a puzzle. There's probably something in it. So he is completely unfazed, is the thing. I know he's on our side, but he is trying to find the truth. So why is he helping us prove her guilty? You know? Yes, Edward. So Edward knew about the bear. He was there with us when we went to the mansion. Um, but the thing is that he's not disproving that Adrian is guilty because he was like, "Oh, I'll play along," and he's not even trying to fight that she's guilty, which is a little weird to me because he was very, very into like, "Yeah, I'm gonna prove Matt Ungard guilty. He's completely guilty. Sorry, bro." I don't know. It's written a little weird. I'm sure there's a reason, but like a little weird.
I mean,
Order.
it's also possible, like it is also possible that Edgeworth was super surprised that it was there, but he seems like the type of person who has this air of unflappability to him. Like, when
And
he's in court,
steam.
he's very
Yeah.
much like so very
Well,
much
maybe.
internally he could be having a Phoenix monologue where he's like, "Oh my god, this is going terribly."
But
On
he
the
does get.
outside, he's
He is very much flappable. We've seen him like on the
yeah, well,
table.
he's flappable when Phoenix does something,
True.
but not when like oh, of course, he's gonna act like because he was talking about this bear and everything, he's gonna act like
Yeah.
of course he knew inside
Oh, of
because
course I knew.
telling this story. But
I mean,
If this
he
were
is Mr.
if
Updated
Phoenix brought up,
Autopsy Report, so.
yeah,
Um, yeah. Okay, so
yeah, I
we're
mean,
just assuming
I think
that Edgeworth guessed it in advance. So Edgeworth would have
yeah,
guessed
I
something
think
was in there. It being a note would believe it as
mhm.
soon as he saw it. Okay.
Yeah, I think there's a point because you mentioned earlier that like when you
Hmm.
play as Miles, he has
Yeah,
like deductive reasoning.
deductive
So like
reasoning.
opening it up, finding that there's a note, and then like realizing, like piecing together from the case, like there's this
Hmm.
missing suicide note that's hanging in the air. Knew Karita had something to do with it. That's what Adrian suspected. It was in
Yeah,
a place that it knew how to open. Then
that's
obviously
fair.
it's clearly this important note. Yeah, so I think
That's
it's just
fair.
him like pretending he knows what's going on when he's really just as surprised as the rest of us.
Just like recovering quickly, maybe.
Yeah, basically.
Okay, that I guess that makes sense. Witness, did you know about this? Oh, I thought she said she was looking for it.
He was interesting.
Yes, I did. Heard all about it from Juan. Well, she was looking for it to destroy it, I think, was specifically,
Oh, that's right.
I
Yes,
think that was specifically
she
what
did
she said.
mention that.
Okay.
She was gonna
That
hide it because
that
she
makes a little
wanted
more.
to be
Mm,
Celeste's last like memories
yeah.
or whatever.
Edgeworth is
I
fully
mean, then
accepting
it's
right
quite
to
okay
object
though.
if any of this theory craft is wrong. That's fair. When I discovered his body, I looked for the bear. I wanted to destroy the note before it became public. Why would it have become public? It would have just been a bear.
No,
But
but then she's talking about the note. She wanted to
yeah,
destroy
but
the
she
note
said
before
she
it
was
became
looking for the bear so she could destroy the note.
right.
So I don't know. I don't know. But I couldn't find it anywhere because it had already been taken by Tequila. Everything is going at Mr. Edgeworth's pace. So now the suicide note has been found. What's the next logical question?
I mean, honestly, like you said, this just makes her look even more guilty because like she was looking
Another
for the note.
hydrate.
She was looking for the bear. The bear disappeared mysteriously before she happened to find the body.
Yeah. I think the script
Yeah,
means to
that's
say
again.
that Adrian was aware he had it but did not know where he kept it. Well, she just said that he told her where he kept it. So it's
Yeah,
possible
so
that
she
he
was.
said, "Hey, do you remember the bear you got me? The note is in that." And she was like, "Oh, if he's dead, then they're going to look through his stuff and they're going to find the note." I think that's where her brain was more. Maybe. I don't know. I don't know.
What is written on the note?
That's right. At least that's what I would think. Now then, I believe it is only appropriate the contents of this note to be made known. Everything that Adrian was trying to prevent, we're going to do right now.
Because I'm Miles Edgeworth.
Because I'm Miles Edgeworth and I do what I want. I have a license that says so.
Miles Edgeworth, and I approve this message.
Right. Doo-doo-doo-doo. I can't stop, can I? I went through so much to get my hands on it, and I was going to burn it, for her sake. I'm deeply sorry, but I cannot allow you to persuade me to stop. Joanna, if you could please read the contents of the note out loud. How did they get the bear back from her? Much less the note.
I mean, I imagine she probably had to give it. Like they had her open it and then probably pass it to the judge.
Oh, probably. Because he did like look at it and was like, "Oh, it's a note." Very
Yeah.
well. I'm a prosecutor. My job to be a jerk and not to care about anyone in my pursuit of the truth. And also, when I don't get my way, I choose death. Edward.
He is such a drama queen.
He is. Do you
He
see the
reminds me,
cravat?
he reminds me very much of a mutual friend of ours.
No, that's fair.
I can see a lot of where his inspiration came from for his character.
Completely.
Yeah. The judge's voice rang loud and clear through the deathly silent courtroom.
Yeah.
In her note, Celeste Pax left to us a record of all that had happened to her.
Hmm.
About being used and thrown away by on guard.
I told you. I told you they were together first. I remembered that, and then
Yeah,
oh, I
yeah,
couldn't
and
remember it
then
in the last one.
they mentioned it last time too.
Yeah. Well, I couldn't remember it. We went through it like a couple
Yeah,
episodes ago,
yeah. I
and they
remember
had
we
said
kind of
it,
moved
and
correctly,
I
the
yeah.
correct order of things.
Yeah, okay. So she was used and thrown away by on guard, even though he was 18 and she was like 24, I think was the. Hold on, I gotta look at their
Um,
ages.
yeah, because this was
Because
a
we
couple
thought
years
that was
ago,
weird. All right,
so
so
he
she was
killed her
like
2 years
20.
ago,
Yeah, I think she was like 24, 25 at the time, I think. And
and
then
he was
2 years ago,
13.
he was 19. So she was with him, who was also 19, but he looks 39. Um,
Yeah,
and she's in her like mid 20s, and he's like a
Well,
19
how
year
old?
old. Because Adrian's 23, and she's currently with him.
And Adrian
And
was her. Celeste was Adrian's mentor, so she would have had to have been
yeah,
basically around
I,
Adrian's age.
I think
So
she was
I
26.
think, yeah, she was like 20, 20,
Yeah.
yeah, like 25, 26.
If anybody knows, let us know, because I'm almost positive that she was like 25, 26, dating a 19-year-old, got used and thrown away by him, went and dated a different 19-year-old, and then killed herself when he called off the wedding. She was 79. Oh no, not Miss
About
Old
being
Bag.
engaged to Rita and Ungard's role in destroying that. And how she decided in her despair to end it all.
What I don't get is like, Farida decided he was going to break off the engagement because he found out about the fact that she was with Matt. Like
Yeah, that's,
I don't get where the
yeah.
logic went. He was like,
I
"Oh,
mean, that's,
my rival had you first, so I'm going to throw you away." Like, what?
yeah, I mean, basically, the whole idea is that they were both like crap human beings.
That's
And,
fair.
but yeah, that is basically the thing is that,
Yeah.
like, he figured out that she was with, uh, Matt told
Hmm.
him that he had her first, basically.
Yeah.
Uh, and then for some reason that made Juan call off the wedding. Also,
Well,
I don't think her
to be
age was
fair.
ever effectively established because I'm looking at her on the wiki and it only says for biographical information when she died. So
Oh.
it doesn't say
Mm,
when how old she was. At least I mean the
okay.
wiki could just not be updated.
I'm sure there was something that was like a throwaway line because I remember it being weird at the time. But yeah,
Yeah.
what it probably was is the fact that both the boys are 19. I mean, this was 2 years ago, so
Yeah.
they were 19. And so they decided, you know what? We're hot headed 19-year-olds, we're actors, and this girl is hot, but she's not that hot. And that's probably how that went. The wiki does not give Celeste age. Oh no.
Yeah, I think they left it kind of ambiguous, but I think it's assumed that she was around Adrian's age.
We want to be
Yeah,
with each
it's
other.
basically they were the
I
original Miles and
mean, no, no, because he is like I'm a suave man, but I'm also an asshole, and he is a psychopath. So
I mean, true.
I don't know. Adrian was 21 at the time, so
Yeah, that's
she
what I
was
think too. One up because like
within a few years of
she
Adrian.
mentions
Yeah,
Adrian mentions that Celeste was her mentor, which to me would
yeah.
imply that they she was
I
younger
feel
than
like they said
Celeste.
it at some point. I feel like they said it at some point. I don't know. I am gonna have to like go through everything again at
Yeah,
some point to find out
but
because
yeah,
it's gonna
I
bother
think like
me.
yeah, I think between 20, 21 and 25 is probably a good assessment.
Probably.
I would say she's probably closer to like the 20 25 range.
Yeah,
Either way, she was dating somebody younger than her, which is not
yeah.
necessarily an issue.
No, but that's why I remember it being such a weird thing was I feel like it told us she was like 25, 26. And it's like, well,
Yeah.
that's not inherently weird. You're 25, 26 dating a 19-year-old. There's definitely like a mental difference there. I don't know. Anyway, I got caught off on a tangent. I'm sorry. And that's all Miss Impact had to say. There's one thing I would like to say here.
Is it I'm sorry?
The prosecution has no interest in slandering Mr. Ungard. Then what? Our intention, Your Honor, is to establish a motive for murder. Isn't that correct, witness? Yes. On the night of the murder, one was going to make the contents of the note public. Oh, so he wouldn't be seen as like refreshing as a spring breeze
Right, but
because he
also
would be seen as a
it
user.
I mean, but it also would have like basically killed Juan's career too because it makes him look out to be because it
Maybe he
specifically
didn't
mentioned she
consider
mentioned
that.
or maybe he didn't care because like I
I
mean
don't know.
honestly it kind of makes Karita in the note look worse than Matt in some ways.
Well, what probably his plan was like, oh, I'm gonna prove that he's not as refreshing as you all think he is. He's this like user, asshole, abuser, blah 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 blah, like all of these bad things. And then, I was just a heartbroken man that thought that, she was only with me because of him, like he sent her to me. And so, in a
Yeah, but
fit of
again,
sadness,
that
I broke it off.
makes
And then I devastated, I found my fiance dead.
yeah,
So
but again, that kind of makes him look worse because like again, they were 19, so like him.
sure.
I mean, and not to like justify his behavior in any way, but like in this particular scenario, like
Hmm.
him being in a relationship with Celeste and then dumping her
Yeah,
is not nearly as bad because he was 19 as
sure.
him as Juan breaking off the engagement
Mhm.
specifically because Matt
Well, I
was
mean,
her
at
boyfriend
that
previously.
point, it's going to be, his word because it says that he broke it off, but it doesn't say, oh, I broke it off because of Matt. So he could spin it
But
any way
I
he
mean,
wants because I'm sure he has in the 2 years since then because he's the one that found her body. He had to tell people. So I'm sure he's probably said, oh, we broke up because we just weren't compatible. And then, I was so surprised and blah, blah, blah.
that is true. I mean, it doesn't go into specifics in the note like why he called off the engagement, but it does go into detail about like what Matt did. So
Yeah. So I think his intention would have been to like read the note off and maybe skip the parts about himself.
maybe, yeah.
I didn't read that. I'm so sorry. He was gonna make the contents of the note. Yeah, sorry. Um, my
Oh, that
word.
yeah.
Matangard values above all his refreshing like a spring breeze image, which is why he had to stop this note from being made public at any cost. Hmm. I mean, it probably does focus mostly on Ungard. Whatever, it's for the woman killer. And this time, even before I took out someone to stop him from revealing that. How terrible! What a selfish person! I guess there's time on lawyers out there who the Finnish peeps too. Poor Phoenix. There is no room for doubt here. Mr. De Killer's client's goal was to obtain this suicide note. And the only person who needed this note that badly is the defendant. But the defendant would not have known it was in the bear, or that the bear was a puzzle. This is what we've established.
Well, I mean, we do know that he was spying on Juan
I mean,
through
we know
the
that, but
but and Phoenix knows that.
Edgeworth hasn't proven it yet.
True, true.
So our counter argument is how would he have known? Let's not forget that the bear with the note inside was found at the defendant's house. It seems that we have come to the truth at last. The defendant's motives were entirely selfish. He deserves no sympathy from anyone. Hmm.
How am I supposed to escape from this one?
Why the hesitation,
But
Phoenix? Gumshoe hasn't called yet, so you know what you must do. Drag it on, draw it out, lie your butt off, whatever you have to do.
I know I have to carry on and buy him some more time.
You think you could go find out some more details for Gummy? Maybe speed this along? Like, I know she's hungry, but she can't be that dang hungry.
Okay, there are two deadly pieces of evidence: figurine and suicide note. Maybe somehow I can find a way out of the situation through one of those.
All right. The gavel is already in the judge's hand. Phoenix, hurry.
Suicide note or the figurine? Which one of these should I pursue?
Uh, well, we know that Adrian was trying to get her hands on this and keep it from going public no matter what. So if it proves that Ungard was guilty, it also proves that Celeste.
You mean Adrian?
Yes. I didn't mean to.
Actually,
I didn't actually mean to click that. My bad. I was going to talk it out some more. Oops.
please wait, Your Honor.
Okay. Look at that lawyer. He's still going at it. It's like he doesn't care that he's trying to get a killer off the hook.
I think Your Honor believes that Madame killed in order to obtain this note.
That is what he. Yes, that is correct. That is exactly what I believe. That is what Edward said happened, so I believe him.
It's the hair, I think.
A cravat.
That,
Very convincing.
but that seems a little strange.
No, cravat and convincing start with C. All I need.
In fact, I think there's a contradiction here.
Also starts with C.
This note was hidden by Mr. Kurita until the night of the murder. If that is the case, I say that Madagar could not have known what was written on it.
Oh, I didn't think of it that way.
Exactly, but I did think of it that way, and I thought it was rather strange. No one in their right mind would kill for a note without first knowing what it said.
Fair. Maybe. Order, order, order. You make a valid point, Mr. Wright. Mr. Edgeworth, what is your opinion? Please tell me what I should believe. Hmm.
It was just a flash, but I think I did rather well on this one.
I mean, he does have a good point there. Unfortunately, I think he believes differently. I believe a show of appreciation is in order. Uh-huh. The defense seems to be in love with wishing more despair upon itself. Oh, he is thoroughly trying to destroy us. Great. Fantastic. I would like
Yep.
to direct the court's attention to this. This. What is that? It's a very small video camera, Your Honor. We literally found last night, and it was in the middle of the night. It was just two of us alone in the room, and this type of camera is commonly used as a means of spying. Spying?
And it just so happened to be in the same room that you and Phoenix were left alone in, huh?
Hmm.
Judge writes the line in fan fiction.
Right.
I
He's
have
actively
to,
scribbling. He's
have to
texting
give,
Gumshoe under the bench.
yeah, I have to give this line to Gumshoe,
Right.
Gumshoe
ASAP.
77.
Who could
What
it
the?
be?
Yeah, I know, right? Thought that spy camera was in my possession.
Wow. Edgeworth reached into our pockets. Matangard and the victim both thought of the other as their biggest rival. These are for other things, Your Honor, but typically it is used for spying. They even went so far as to use this type of item to find each other's weaknesses. And the victim, one Creeder, was being spied on. His personal life was being watched by none other than Matangard. Oh my god! Order, order! Ahem, Mr. Wright,
Yes, Your Honor.
you don't tell me you knew about your client's spying activities.
Well, sort of.
Phoenix is just baby girl. It's fine. Sort of is not an acceptable answer, Mr. Wright.
I'm sorry, but didn't Miles just use sort of earlier, Your Honor? Objection, favoritism.
I see you're confused, Mr. Wright. You're probably thinking, but I have the camera that was in the stuffed bear's eye.
Actually, yes, that's. Oh my god, we're thinking
Reading
each
your
other's
mind.
thoughts. We're
Oh
so in
no,
sync.
we're finishing each other's sandwiches. But this camera that I have is not that same one.
Yeah, because they already established earlier that it was like super common.
Last night I searched the victim's house on a hunch. Using this. Oh, the thing Gummy made.
Gumshoe's bug sweeper.
Aw. By the way, Mr. Wright, the defendant's fingerprints were found on this camera.
I mean, it was at his house, so yeah, of course his fingerprints would be on it.
No, it's in
If he
the
was
victim's house.
what? Oh,
Edgeworth went to the
he
victim's
said
house,
victims. Oh, okay,
searched
okay,
Karita's house, and found
okay.
Madangard's fingerprints on
I
it.
misunderstood that.
Yeah, but also, this is the victim's
Okay,
house. Yeah.
thank you, Warren. I
So
got
the
lost in the narrative of them hate flirting with each other.
oh yeah, they were flirting too much. It threw us off. But the question is, how did he get it into Karita's house? If that was his biggest rival, why was he in his house? How was he in his house?
I
Were
mean,
they
probably the
secretly
same way.
talking?
I mean, well, that
Sorry.
yes, but also probably the same way he got it into his hotel room. He just pretended it was from a fan.
Maybe. That could be very well possible. Why is he beating up, like, ripping up all these stuffed animals and, like, shoving cameras in them? Hate it.
Uh,
Jail.
I
Jail
refer,
for on
I,
guard.
I refer you to the earlier point that you made that he is a sociopath.
That's true.
Killing
Martin,
animals is one of the dark triads, so
Martin Guard's fingerprints were on there. Well, Phoenix, it looks like those cameras were hidden all over the place, huh?
what am I supposed to say to that evidence?
But the one in my pocket doesn't have fingerprints. I think
Uh,
this is the end. It's fairly obvious that Mr. Ungard learned of the suicide note through this. He was watching the victim all along.
he got me good this time, and not in the way I would have liked.
Hmm,
Don't have anything
spicy.
to counter that.
Counters.
And now what's the lawyer thinking?
The man in the back had a killer. Gosh, don't look
Stop.
at him.
Oh,
Oh, don't look at him. Oh
this
no.
writing is just
Ow. Nasty. Phoenix.
yes, chief. What a weird comment there.
Oh, because she was his chief. She was his boss.
Oh, okay.
I don't
Yeah,
think those cameras are hidden in our special spot, Edward.
Edward still hasn't found the cameras that right hidden in his mansion.
Right. He like put one on the dog's collar that Edward has, so it just like bobs on the dog's head. And Edward pretends like, oh, I don't
He's
see it.
he's probably got one in that cravat too.
He's got one every time he hangs out with Phoenix. He's like, just speaking of the cravats, just a little louder.
Yeah, they have those but like they have those button cameras that you can buy,
There you
especially in
go.
spy stores. Yeah,
His
so
attorney's badge is secretly a camera.
or it's like a tie pin or
Right.
something.
So you can just watch the footage later. Like, oh.
It's the only way he'll be close to Edward's heart.
Oh, he caresses the TV. Maya walks
Yeah,
in. Don't look.
it's got some Helga Pataki vibes going on.
Right. Have you figured out what you're going to do next yet?
What I'm gonna do next? Just running away like a frightened child work? I mean, most of the time for you, Phoenix, yes.
Yeah. Oh, that's true. He probably
I
does
mean, he
record his
does
interviews
bring
with
his that
people.
type. Well, actually, he strikes me more as a type that has an eidetic memory,
Oh yeah,
just based
for
on the
sure.
character, or like the Sherlockian mind palace kind of thing, rather than physically
It's
recording
more
things.
it's more the Mind Palace thing. Well, I guess technically that's a different character. So in Edward's standalone games, the one that I've played, he is very much like I will puzzle through this, I will take this, and this point leads to this thing, and this point leads to this thing. It's not like these games where you have to do like three things to get to one point.
Mm-hmm.
So he very much is all right, this makes sense because this person would do this and this would cause that and this would cause that. So he's very logical the whole time. He doesn't have to use Magatamas or magic eyesight or
Yeah,
whatever
I
the
mean,
heck is going on in the
there
old school
very much been
games.
like a Watson and Holmes dynamic with uh,
Yeah,
Edgeworth and Wright in the sense of how they approach cases
Edgeworth and
because,
Gumshoe.
huh?
Edgeworth and Gumshoe. Gumshoe is the Watson to Edgeworth Holmes for sure.
Well, right, but just like Phoenix in the sense that like because
Yeah,
in the Sherlock Holmes books, like Watson was always more the like more emotionally charged one,
true.
whereas so like where Miles is all logic and reason, Phoenix
Mhm.
gets through luster and empathy and things like that. So
True.
there's that dynamic there, as opposed to
Mm.
Moriarty and Holmes,
I'll
which
be
I guess
interested to
Moriarty
see. I'll be
would
interested to
be
see like the later games when the second trilogy hits the Switch because those are supposed to have Phoenix like as like almost a side character. So we'll have to find out like why he's no longer the main person, why there's these two new characters, that kind of thing. So that'll be
interesting.
interesting to
Okay.
see. But we still have the third game in the original trilogy. So that one's exciting. I like that one. Now that one I have played, and that one I remember very, very well, and I know all the twists and turns in that one. I don't remember any of the logic to get there, but I remember the story. So this one, I kind of knew that he was a twisty person, but I am lost at this point. I don't remember anything that happens past this point at all.
Mm-hmm.
So I don't know how do we go from we're proving her as the guilty party, but it's actually our client, but how do we get around that? I have no idea what's about to happen next. I knew that there was something with Mount on Guard, but I didn't know most of this. I don't remember it. And of course, the next game I'm going to be way more knowledgeable in advance, so there won't be as much surprise, which is a little sad because experiencing it for the first time is definitely one of those things where it's like, oh man, I love this game so much. It's got some good,
Yeah.
powerful moments, but like, oh man, it also has my favorite couple in it, but we don't have to talk about that. We'll talk about it later.
Okay.
I know it seems like Mr. Edgeworth is very close to putting the lid on this case, but in his eagerness to prove his point, he forgot one very important thing.
Well, what is it, Mia?
There is a piece of evidence that he really should investigate.
Something you should investigate.
Okay, if she's gonna talk, what do we have that's I mean, this obviously, like it was on Guard's place.
Yeah, and it is weird if he like threw her away in the way that's being described. Why would he keep it?
Yeah, but also like, there's nothing we can like check and look at, so I don't know what we're
Oh,
supposed.
maybe it's the transmitter, not the transmitter. The
Camera.
no go back to the other page. The one with the yeah. Oh, okay, it is the transmitter.
Well, this is because of the camera.
Right. Okay.
So,
Yeah, I'm not sure what
hmm,
which one we're supposed to go here.
I don't know. The
I
only
want to
thing. What's up?
Yeah, I was gonna say I want to say that photo because it is weird that like he kept a framed photo of her that said "From Celeste with Love" in his like secret room in his mansion where he was
Yeah,
keeping my if he didn't care about her.
we're gonna see it again.
Yeah, that's I mean that's just a weird thing.
Unless the that was his like trump card to Karita. Because I mean,
Or
if
I mean,
he is a sociopath, as has
it
been
could also
described by his own actions and everything else, I
hmm
guess he's keeping it to be like, ha ha, your dead fiance loved me first, or
yeah, it
whatever.
could be just like okay.
Wait, something was brought up that Edgeworth not only didn't investigate fully, but couldn't invest. Oh, the note? Because we only just saw it? I would really hate to see the good prosecutor get scolded for not remembering to look into the item when he had the chance.
Why are you speaking in riddles all of a sudden?
Hey, okay. Right. Alright, I think this time we finally understand everything. Well, Mr. Wright, you don't have any further objections, do you?
What is this piece of evidence that Mia's talking about?
I mean, okay, so Edgeworth looked at it and he said that, what did he say about the note? He said that she has very beautiful handwriting and that she signed it herself. But he wouldn't know that because he hasn't had a chance to actually have it investigated to know that it's legitimately hers, right?
And is that what they're talking about? Is that we don't actually know that she wrote this note?
That's the only thing that he hasn't investigated because he's investigated
True.
the cameras and the bear and all this, but he just hasn't had the chance to investigate the note unless
He
he
just
just
found it.
happens to have her handwriting just on standby, which I mean,
Well,
maybe, but
in that case, it could also be the photo too, because it has her handwriting on it. Because it says
well,
from love.
unless that's what he's using to like compare the two,
Yeah. I mean, I guess try
but
the
well, we've saved, so if it's not the note, then it's got to be something else. And if I get too lost, I'll just go find where we are in the thing.
yeah.
Obviously, for
Just
good
try.
evidence. I have an objection. Oh, wait, that was your line. My bad.
No, I have an objection, Your Honor.
Hmm. That was about the weakest objection I've ever heard, Mr. Wright. True. Huh.
Your Honor, the defense has no intention of letting this go so easily.
See, I think Edgeworth said something because he likes it when Phoenix screams objection like that. He's like,
Yeah, he likes it when Phoenix is spicy.
oh, you're beginning to sound desperate.
Huh, that's funny. That's Miles said the same thing to me. That's just your imagination, Your Honor.
Oh, wait, that was also in the fan fiction.
Mm-hmm. Mr. Edgeworth, this is not like you at all.
Hmm. What are you talking about?
In your eagerness to prove your point, you've forgotten one very important thing.
Hey, isn't that what I just said? You're telling me that I forgot something.
You're so close, Mr. Edgeworth.
Hmm.
But there's something you really should examine about this piece of evidence.
Because it's not like we can compare the two, so we don't know whether it really is her handwriting or not. But I mean, it's
I mean,
convenient.
yeah.
It's convenient that a note that details all of Vanguard's misdeeds and this and that, whatever, was, you know, found in his mansion and all this. But I mean, maybe Adrian Andrews wrote the note and planted it.
Well, I mean, no, because she was looking for it. She was under the impression that it was written by Celeste.
Well, yeah, but she was also saying like, oh, blah 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 blah. So maybe that's what Phoenix is gonna try to say is like, oh,
Maybe.
well, Adrian could have written it because she can get in the bear.
Yeah, maybe.
So, I don't know. That is Mr. Impar's suicide note.
Who knows?
Hmm. He's gonna call its authenticity into question. Sorry.
I mean, sure, this suicide note was found inside this bear, but this bear was in my possession until a few moments ago.
Oh, he's saying, what if I forged it?
Which means, oh yeah, that's a very valid. The handwriting on the suicide note has yet to be analyzed.
You never know. Somebody could have forged this note. It could have been me. Oh,
So, as to whether this pivotal piece of evidence was really written by Miss Impact or not,
I'm just glad I don't have to do old bag's voice.
oh god, that would be terrible right now. That has that has yet to be even remotely confirmed.
Whoa.
I like how Adrian is just still standing, just still on the stand, like, I
I'm
go.
still here. Mr. Wright, are you saying the suicide note is a fake?
Miss Andrews, you were the one who tried to pin this murder on Mr. Ungard. Who's to say you didn't create a fake suicide note and put it into this bear?
See? Okay. So he did go the way I thought he was gonna go with it. How dare you? Objection. Your Honor, the defense is indiscriminately accusing the witness again. There's no evidence linking the witness to the suicide note whatsoever. That's not true.
If this is a fake, then the witness is the only person who could have made it.
True. What?
Recall the witness's testimony concerning this figurine. The only person other than the victim who could solve the puzzle is the witness herself.
Ah.
Here goes the glasses again.
Yep. Just whips
Miss
out a new
Andrews,
pair.
you wrote this note, didn't you? You wrote it so you could use it to frame Matt on guard.
We are desperate, desperate. I did no such thing. Right, if you're going to pronounce the suicide note a fake, then show this court some evidence to support your theory.
Mr. Edgeworth, you were the one who presented this scrap of paper as evidence. Ooh, that's
Hmm.
true. That means the burden of proof lies with you, the prosecution.
Dang, the one time he uses actual lawyer science. Hmm. That's enough. Mr. Edgeworth, can you confirm the handwriting on the suicide note? It is as the defense has stated, the handwriting has yet to be analyzed. If that's the case, it seems that yet again we have reached a point where a verdict is impossible. That's impossible. This isn't good, Phoenix.
Judge is going to carry this trial over one more day.
No.
I don't think Maya will physically be able to make it another day.
She is starving. I didn't want to have to do this, but I don't have a choice. I requested both the prosecution and the defense further investigate. That's just the trying to one more time. Vanguard is guilty. Look, I can tell you that. I think we've reached the end of the line. Guilty, 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 guilty. 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 Gu They're just chanting it. Guilty, guilty, guilty. Wow. Terrible.
Turn your phone off in the courtroom.
Nope, not when Gummy's calling. Oh, what does that sound?
It's Gumshoe. Hello, Gumshoe.
Please tell me you found her so I can end this charade.
What is with him, and what's with that sigh? Where's Maya? What happened to the killer? He, uh, he got away.
What about Maya?
What? I'm sorry, pal. I really am. I don't know what to say besides I'm sorry. I wish there was some way to make it up to you. I really do.
Find her.
Anyway, what's going on? Found his hideout, pal. But the two of them were already gone.
Oh, this is terrible.
I'm gonna keep looking for them, pal. Don't you worry. I just need a little more time.
Oh, Gummy. Don't have more time.
Don't tell me we don't. We don't have any more.
Guilty, 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 guilty. I'm not gonna keep chanting it. I'm sorry.
Yeah, I think we get the picture at
Yeah.
that point. Do you hear that? They're calling for his head. Mr. Wright, I can't for us to come this far and
So sad. We lose.
oh, what is it? Let me talk to Mr. Edgeworth. I can't do that.
Mr. Wright, would you please get a hold of yourself?
Yes, Your Honor.
I am about to end today's proceedings. You may take your phone calls after. Let me talk to the judge.
Hold on, Your Honor. Edgeworth, catch.
Ah,
Mr. Edgeworth?
The almost silly thing that happened. Oh no.
You've got to buy us some more time.
Court is in session. Click. Ah. Wow.
Nani?
I'm sorry, Your Honor. You were saying. Mr. Wright, this is a court of law. Stop throwing things in my courtroom.
I'm
Unless
sorry,
they're
Your
being
Honor.
thrown at you.
But yeah, tossing the phone across the courtroom.
Mm,
To be fair, it
mm.
does look like it's a Nokia 3330, those old ones. So like,
Oh
not in
yeah,
a bad.
it's indestructible, but it could have broken his head.
True, true.
I am reluctant to do this. However, it appears that I have no choice but to suspend proceedings until tomorrow. Oh.
This time I really can't do anything.
Court is now adjourned for the day. Wow. Maya's dead.
Objection? What?
Please wait, Your Honor.
Edgeworth?
Oh, what is this, Mr. Edgeworth? I humbly request another 30 minutes of Your Honor's time. For what purpose? We can perform the necessary tests on this piece of evidence in that time. But can you really obtain your results in 30 minutes? I believe we can, Your Honor. But wouldn't it be better if we adjourn for today and reconvene tomorrow? Like, he's like, I don't understand what's happening. 30 minutes, please, Your Honor. That's all I'm asking for.
Please, Your Honor.
Very well. That's enough time for lunch.
I hear there's someone that makes the best instant noodles.
At the prosecution's request, this court will now take a 30-minute recess. I'm going to find noodles. But be advised that I will not allow another recess today.
I'm not sure if this is helping or hurting us.
Who cares? We get 30 more minutes. The court
Talking
will
of
now
noodles
take
made me
its
think.
final recess of the day. Do you want noodles now?
Yeah, something like that.
I don't think I can mail you ramen. Right, well, what's going on with Maya's situation?
To killer, it looks like he got away again. 30 minutes? We can't find her in that time.
Overconfident. Report.
Ah, is that Mr. Edgeworth? It's just like
He
my friend.
answered Phoenix's phone.
I know, right?
I thought
That
he
is
was answering his own phone.
that is total answering your partner's phone call while they're in the shower
Report.
move.
We don't have time.
Oh,
Just spit it out.
but he does still have
Sorry.
Phoenix's phone because Phoenix
Yeah,
yeeted it.
because he threw it.
Yeah.
Oh, okay. That makes sense.
Mm-hmm. Right.
And I skipped your line. I'm sorry.
That's fine. It looks like we just missed them, sir. But Tequila left a few things behind by accident in his rush to get away.
Hmm. A few things.
Can we use any of them as evidence?
I like how Edgeworth answered the call and put it on speakerphone, just like report.
I thought you'd ask, pal. I'm
Don't
also
do that.
applying for since I'm out of a job, I'm applying for Mall Santa.
Oh no, poor Gummy. I forgot he was fired.
And yet he's involved in the investigation somehow.
Right. They just recruited him.
I've got the things he left with me right now, and I'm on my way over.
What if Gumshoe's not officially invited to the investigation? He just happens to be with the people. He's like putting his collar up so they don't know it's him. Just like
Well,
pretending.
I think in like a consultant sense, he does know the victim like
That's
quite
true.
well and would be able to see like
Yeah, I mean, he was
really.
involved in a lot of the things that went up until this to killer thing, so maybe they brought him back for that.
We don't know technically that he's been officially fired. We just know that Francisca basically made him turn in his badge.
Hmm, that's true. That's odd. Any items like that are usually sent to the crime lab first.
We don't have time to wait for those guys, sir. Unlike the TV shows, it doesn't take half an hour. Looking, I swiped the stuff and ran.
Well, if he
Or that
wasn't
also.
really fired before, he is now.
Nope.
Oh no, I whited out my camera again. What?
Well, I'm not a detective anymore, so I had to. I'm really sorry, sir, but I've got to put the law on hold for now.
Jesus, Gummy. Was being a detective the only reason he was not just breaking the law left and right?
Sounds bad. I
Lord.
hope he doesn't get in too much trouble over this.
He's
It's
gonna
not
be
like that's.
arrested.
Yeah. With my hunk junk car, I'd say I'd be there in about 20 minutes. Dude, take a
Right?
taxi or
Something.
something. Don't
Or
worry,
they're
I'll
20
be there.
minutes away. He's like beating his car so it starts. Oh, alright, just get here in one piece.
I'm on a mission and no one can stop me now, sir. No one.
What if you get pulled over?
I'm pulling out all the stops and running every red light. Oh my god,
Maybe he still has
Gumshoe.
his red and blues on his car.
I would hope not.
I don't know.
I don't left by the murderer, huh?
That's also a crime.
Maybe there's something among them that will be decisive enough to end this.
Uh, if he gets arrested, Von Karma will get him. She wouldn't let anyone else with her gummy bear. Aw.
Oh, that is nice. I like that.
Hey, what's wrong? Detective Gumshoe, answer me.
No one can stop me.
Did he get in an accident?
Or shot?
Oh no.
Beep, beep, beep.
Hazed, maybe?
What happened?
Sounded like he had an accident. I'm guessing his cell phone broke as well. Frick.
What was he thinking? We've got to hurry and call for help.
But we have no idea where he is. His cell phone is broken and he wasn't driving a patrol car, so no radio either. Also, if we don't get to those items before they do, the police will take possession of them.
No, we can't let that happen.
Well, if there is a way we can find out where he is, then we stand a chance. Is there a way we can find out where he is?
Why did Gumshoe have to get into an accident?
Because he was running every red light.
any way to find out exactly where he is at this moment?
So, okay, so there has to be a way, but what's the way?
I don't know. Hit the button and let's find out.
We're gonna go through our evidence real quick.
Oh wait, does Gumshoe? No, I'm thinking maybe we could use the transceiver if Gumshoe still had the. But we have the camera in our possession.
Mhm. There has to be a way, but what is the way?
That's right. There is a way.
Phoenix, what do you know that I don't?
Yeah,
What? How?
I'm sure we can find out Detective Gumshoe is through this. Oh great.
Oh, Von Karma.
Oh,
She has a tracker on him, and so it
that's
beeps when she gets close to him.
that's right. I forgot about that.
Oh my goodness. So they actually brought it up in the last case first, and that's how we found out. But like I completely forgot about that. Why are you bringing up Francisca at a time like this? Oh, I see. I'll try to get in contact with her. The chances are slim, but she's all we have. Hmm.
Francisca, will she even want to help us?
To rub it in your face, maybe.
Edgeworth.
What is it?
I don't have any right to judge anyone again.
Hmm.
I know my client is guilty, but what I'm doing now, I'm pinning the guilt onto someone totally innocent and using the evidence.
I mean, to be fair, if you didn't know your client was guilty and you thought that they were innocent, and you had all this evidence that pointed to Adrian, I mean, that's what Phoenix would normally do. So this isn't out of character for him.
Well, it is in the
It's
sense that he knows that Matt's.
and that's the one exception. He's using all the same methods that he would use on somebody he believes is innocent to get somebody guilty found innocent.
And I think this is what Miles was talking about with the whole like you need to figure out what it means to be a lawyer. The same way I faked my death to know what it was to be a prosecutor.
Yeah. Mm. Mm-mm-mm. It's a it's a weird turn of events,
It might be my turn to say defense attorney Phoenix Wright chooses death.
right? It doesn't suit someone like you to cry useless tears, whether you did your job well or not. Okay, but Phoenix is an art major. It is totally like him to cry useless tears. Let's get that part out of the way. But can only be seen after the verdict has been decided.
Verdict.
Is Prosecutor Edgeworth here? Yes, bailiff. Just a phone call for you, sir. They said it was extremely urgent. They're probably finished with the handwriting analysis. I have to go take this call. In the meantime, think hard about what it is you must do. Nobody's called Francisca yet.
He said, "I'll see if I can get in touch with her," and then like stop to
Right,
wipe a
but
tear
Gummy said that
dramatically.
in his like hoopty, it was gonna be 20 minutes to get there. So is it gonna be 20 minutes for her to get to the scene, get the stuff, and then get here and also make sure Gummy's not dead? Like, I don't
Yeah,
know. I don't know. It's weird that he wouldn't immediately call Francis. All right, that's the end of part one. So we're on to part two. We're gonna keep trucking right along. It took us 2.5 hours to get there, but I think we'll be all right because it's all to the finish line at this point. The finale. I must. All right. Everybody's all a buzz. It's been 30 minutes since the judge let us out. Court will now reconvene. I assume both sides are ready.
yes, Your Honor.
I don't think we're. Oh, yes,
Bad
Your
sign.
Honor. That's not good. I can understand the defense acting like that. However, why do you also seem distraught, Mister? That is. It's nothing, Your Honor.
What's wrong with Edgeworth?
Oh, he is putting up a facade. It looks like something unexpected just happened to him.
I guess the handwriting analysis didn't go well.
Or maybe Francisca didn't help, or maybe she
Maybe
demanded something.
Gumshoe's dead.
Maybe Gummy died. Oh no. I don't like that. I don't like that thought. Now then, Mr. Edward, if you could please tell the court the results of the handwriting analysis on Miss Impact's suicide note. Yes, Your Honor. Unfortunately, we've discovered that this suicide note is a forgery. Okay. All right.
What?
What do you mean, Mr. Edward? This this note was not written by Miss Impart herself. It is a fake. All right. Order, order, order! Mr. Edward, would you care to explain what's going on? If this is not written by Miss Impart, then who was it written by? We would need more time to do a detailed analysis. However, it appears that the handwriting matches that of the victim, Mr. Juan Corrida. Oh. So he
Okay.
faked the suicide note.
In
But
an attempt to get revenge on Matt.
what if he killed Celeste?
I mean, no, I think it has been established that she did take her own life because we have
I
her
mean,
autopsy report and everything.
do we have our autopsy report?
Yeah, we do. That was what Miles gave us.
Or
That was
was
the
it
very
just
first time.
her?
That was the very first time we met him. See,
Oh,
suicide
yeah,
report.
the attempt. Huh.
Also, the way in which they keep showing her in that photo, there's no way it.
Yeah, I guess so. That was just my first thought was that he killed her and then faked it by leaving a note.
Right,
Ugh.
Mr. Karita.
What if that's what it's gonna look like? Oh well. It looks like Miss Impacts never left a suicide note after all. She never wrote anything about Ungard. What if he was probably a terrible boyfriend, but if she didn't tell Karita, why would he be surprised that they were together and then that's what caused I don't know.
Well, no, we know that Matt told him that they were together, and that's what broke.
Yeah.
And
But
we
like
heard that from Matt
if I'm
himself.
gonna go on a date with a brand new person, like I'm gonna tell them my exes were terrible people. Like I just got about a relationship, blah 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 blah.
Well, but she
But
didn't accept the fact that she didn't know that. Uh,
oh yeah, I guess. However, Your Honor, even though the suicide act is indeed a fake, Mr. Ungard could not have known that, and so that fact remains unchanged. Acting on the assumption that it was real, he had plotted to possess it. That does sound very plausible. If one faked the note with the purpose of throwing off murder implication, then why hide the note? Oh, maybe because he
yeah,
knew that it would be like easy to find out that it
no,
wasn't
that
her.
is a good point. Like if he did like kill her and then make it look like a suicide note, he
Mm.
wouldn't want to hide it.
But like, also, why would he hide the note either way?
Well,
Like,
he
why
wanted he
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 faked
wanted
it,
to
but
hide
then
the
why
note.
did he hide it?
He wanted to hide the note so Matt couldn't find it. So basically, what he did was
Oh,
after Celeste died, he
hmm
probably seeded the rumor that she left this really incriminating note
oh,
as to
maybe.
why she did it, and then he wrote it
Mhm.
up and hid it so that if Matt ever went looking for it, he wouldn't be able to find it until Karita was ready to make that press conference.
Oh, yeah, maybe. Hmm.
Something seems a little wrong with it.
Hmm. Well, wait, but if because the idea is that he wouldn't have known it was fake, but he had all those spy cameras everywhere. So if he knew where it was hidden, why would he not know it was fake?
Because I imagine that he wouldn't know it was fake. How? Because how would he know it was fake unless he saw Juan writing it? Juan wrote it 2 years ago when Celeste killed herself.
Well, we don't know when he wrote it yet.
Well,
I'm
that's
assuming.
true, but I
I
think the
assume.
assumption is that he already wrote it earlier and was just hiding it, and Matt was
Maybe.
trying to spy on him to figure out where it was hidden.
Maybe. But I mean, it would have been somewhere before then if it truly existed back then. But I wonder if the idea is that he wrote it specifically for the press conference.
I
Because
mean,
maybe that's
well,
what Phoenix is
I
trying to
mean,
go for.
it's possible, but we know that the idea of a suicide note being written was
Mhm.
around because that was Aaron's whole thing, or I keep saying Aaron,
Adrian.
Adrian. That was
Yeah.
the whole thing to get close to Juan was to find that suicide note. So she must have heard about it, and Celeste
Well,
has been
yeah.
dead.
But we also said, yeah, no, the fact that he didn't know it was a fake is irrelevant because He had to have the note because he believed it was real. Sure, but we're trying to prove that he didn't believe it was real. Yeah, Edward is claiming that the note, he believed the note was real,
Yeah.
blah blah. Blah. But if he was spying on Juan Carita and he had all those cameras everywhere, and he didn't say write it 2 years ago, he only wrote it more recently, then he would know it was fake. On the
Right.
flip
So
side,
that,
how long has he been spying on Juan Carita? Because
yeah, and that
if
also,
he's been spying on him for 2 years, he would know then too.
well, yeah, but I think the implication is then that he must have written it before Juan started spying on him, because Juan didn't, or not Juan, on guard. Like apparently they've been spying on each other back and forth for a long time because they want to
Yeah,
leave dirt on each other.
which is what I'm trying to say is that he would have
Right.
been spying long enough to know that it was
That's
a fake.
that's why it leads me to believe that he wrote it when he discovered Celeste's suicide,
Yeah,
because he must have
maybe.
written it while he was at Celeste's, because I don't think they were living together, so
Oh,
he
maybe.
wasn't spying. If everything the prosecution has proven up to this point is true, then it's impossible for Mr. Ungard to not have known it was a fake because of the, yeah, here we go, the spying camera.
Yeah. So this is the theory that I'm working off of. So if this is wrong, then we get 2 points off.
Right.
But I think that what Phoenix is trying to claim is that, oh, he was spying on him the whole time, so he would have known it was a fake. Blah 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 blah.
Right.
So what is this little item called again?
Video camera, Your Honor.
Clap clap. Oh, thank you. I love when my logic works. Oh, that's right, a camera. You kids and your fancy toys nowadays. I think this is set in like 2019.
Mr. Edgeworth, earlier you claimed that Mr. Ungard knew of the existence of this note because he was spying on the victim. Isn't that right?
Yeah, because like if he knew it existed, then he should have known it's a fake also. Theoretically.
And then also theoretically, he would have known how to open the bear too, because he would have seen
Sure.
Juan opening it and putting the note in there. If that were true, then this means Mr. Ungard would have had to know that the victim had forged it. Yeah, that's like what you were saying.
Yeah. Ah. So then, the defendant knew the suicide note was a fake. And if that's true, then the situation has suddenly changed in a very dramatic way.
Exactly, Your Honor. Prosecution's theory as to what Mr. Ungard's motive for murder was has suddenly disappeared into thin air.
But, Your Honour, it's not as if Mr. Ungard monitored Mr. Carida 24 hours a day. Perhaps the victim wrote the note in a place Mr. Ungard didn't know of.
Well, right back at you, Mr. Edgeworth. Why don't you show us some proof the victim made the forgery at an unknown place?
I may have to take a short break to find a charger for my headphones because I didn't bring mine. So that'll be fun. And without them,
Okay.
we won't be able to speak. Order, 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 Mr. Edgeworth. It looks like this time it is you who has dug his own grave. I figured. Oh, as you figured. As I figured, it came down to this after all. Mr. Edgeworth, you are not making any sense. When I heard the results of the handwriting analysis, I thought this might happen. The question is, what next?
What next?
If the prosecution can't prove Mr. Ungard's motive through the evidence, then we must prove it from another angle. Well, I agree with you there. Your Honour, the prosecution would like to call a witness to the stand at this time. Oh, well, that's fine. However, this witness is a little unusual.
Please don't be old bag again. Edgeworth stuttering? This is not like him at all.
It might be old. Don't be old bag, please. Unusual? What sort of witness is this person, Mr. Edgeworth? I mean, we cross-examined a parrot. Guesses? Okay. So, old bag doesn't really make sense, but like, I don't know. I honestly have no idea because old bag would be the one that would make him uncomfortable, sure. But like, we once cross-examined a parrot, so who knows? I have no clue who it could be. Okay. Witness is one who is perfectly fit to answer once and for all the question of Who was it that hired Shelley the Killer to commit murder?
Are they gonna put the killer himself on the stand through that transceiver that or through that radio that Phoenix has?
I mean, because I was going to say maybe they found a killer in the 30 minutes, but that actually makes a lot more sense.
That's impossible. Who in the no such person exists who can answer that question with such certainty?
Yes, Mr. Edgeworth, who is this witness? It's, guy over there. Let's go on, who is it? The man himself, Mr. Shelley the Killer. Is he going to answer the transceiver? Oh, Mr. the Killer. Oh, wait, Shelley the Killer. This is the twist.
Oh no, it's M. Night Shyamalan is the judge all
Hmm.
along.
What's a twist? I mean, the killer? The assassin? Yes, Your Honor. He's coming here to the witness stand? Hide me. Well, yes, in a manner of speaking. I recognize that this is a very unusual circumstance, so I ask for your permission. Well, Mr. Wright,
Yes?
is this alright with you?
Do I have a choice here?
We don't.
I can't really do much else to drag this trial out. The defense has no objections, Your Honor.
Wonder if it really is alright to do this.
You're the judge.
Very well then. The prosecution calls its witness to the stand.
They just wheel out like a laptop.
He's on Skype.
Yeah. Oh god, Skype. Edgeworth, is there really no other way left to us?
This is set in the ancient times. It's Skype.
It's a good point.
Now then, witness, your name and your occupation, please.
Yep.
Oh, it is the transceiver. Very good, sir. My name is Shelley the Killer, and I am a professional assassin. I say, what is going on here? Your Honor, how can you remain so calm? And what is the meaning of this two-way radio? Actually, Your Honor, it was delivered to me just now, and it came with a condition. As long as we do not trace its source, Mr. the Killer will testify to this court.
So
Ooh.
this must be what that urgent phone call he got earlier was about.
Oh no, this will not do. I cannot allow this in my court. First of all, we can't even be sure this is really Mr. the Killer himself. Witness, please present some sort of proof that you are in fact Shelley the Killer. I understand. Please wait a second.
He just kills one of the jurors, like oh Maya.
I'm so hungry.
Maya.
Maya! A voice, Mr. Wright, can you confirm anything from this?
Defense has no objections to this person.
None. Ready.
We are satisfied that this man is indeed Shelley the Killer.
It looks like we have run into yet another unexpected turn of events. Very well, it doesn't seem like we have too many choices under these circumstances, so... Now then, witness. There is one thing I would like to confirm before we speak of anything else. And what would that be? At the request of a client, you killed Mr. Wankrida. Is this correct? It is as you say. I did indeed kill Mr. Kurita. Cool. Now that we have that answered, let's move on to the name of your client. Very well. Oh, just a bad dream. Yes, that's it. A bad dream.
Shelley the Killer. What is he going to say?
He's either going to claim it was Adrian or a series of unexpected events. Working title for this case before the rest was too close to another title. Aww.
They got hit with a copyright.
Aww. I don't think Lemony Snicket would do that to people though.
No, but his publishers would.
Oh, true. There is something I must first. To an assassin, nothing is more important than the trust between a client and himself. And that is the reason I am here today on this witness stand. It is my wish that you grasp this concept before I give the name of my client. Mr. the Killer seems to be a very clever man. I don't must say he seems to be mocking us. While he may appear to be our enemy, Your Honor, Mr. De Killer is only stating the truth. He is no hypocrite. He has always stood by this one belief. You mean about this trust between his client and himself, then? There seems to be a level of trust beyond what people like me can comprehend. Well, Mr. Wright, are you ready to cross-examine the witness?
Yes, Your Honor.
Right? There's no way to know what's coming next, so stay cool and collected, Phoenix. I guess we're gonna treat it like Adrian and just press everything?
Sounds like a plan.
I don't know what else to do.
We can hear anything you have to say later. Can you please just tell us your client's?
I don't think you I don't think you understand your place, Mr. Attorney. I said this is something I must first state. Do you know what the word first?
Hmm. Sorry. Go on.
Yeah, okay. Maybe we don't need to press everything. Well, it appears this is one witness you can't badger, Mr. Wright.
That's only because you don't know about my situation.
That's true. Alright. I'm assuming that this is probably pressable, right? Maybe?
Just between you and your client.
I provide my services in a fast and efficient manner. In exchange, I trust that my clients are discreet about me and my identity. If too many people knew my face, it would be quite troublesome. And that's why you're testifying in this manner? This is the first time one of my clients has ever been accused of murder. I must preserve the De Killer name so my clients can trust me.
But couldn't someone stab you in the back and break your trust?
It has never happened before, but if it ever did,
Yes.
that person wouldn't be my client for very long. They would certainly. So that's enough, please, no more. Very well. It was only a hypothetical anyway. Right? This one. Because if he's like gonna preserve the trust, why would he give us the name of his client?
That seems a little strange to me. I mean, you're about to tell us the name of your client. I would think that this would be very bad for them.
It doesn't matter to me. This client has already broken the rules and acted outside of their prescribed role. Their role? This person tried to implicate another of the crime in order to save themselves. And this is a trespass that cannot be forgiven. You. Who gave you the right to be so high and mighty? To the gentleman who spoke just now. Excuse me, but would you care to die? No, I didn't say anything. Oh,
Judge had better watch himself.
that's just like terrifying. All right, all right. Press it
We
all.
understand. So please tell us the name of your client.
I'm afraid I cannot do that. I still have a few things to say before I do. Did we not press everything?
That egomaniacal.
It is not good for your health to be so aggravated. You won't live very long if you let everything bother you.
Somehow that coming from an assassin makes it less than comforting.
Right?
I don't really care about all this extra fluff. Just tell us the name already.
Patience. Try to calm down a little. It's important to try and understand his mindset. He seems very steadfast and closed, so you're going to have to work to get him to talk. Wow. Wow, wow, wow.
I'm his therapist, you know.
I mean, maybe. All right, we pressed that, but I'm just gonna skip through them real quick, and maybe there's something new. Don't you understand what the word first means? It's all the same. Okay. Your client, manner in exchange, trust there is discreet. La la. That's that's new. Is that new? I don't know if it's.
Which one? I'm sorry, but
Um.
I'm wondering about something you just said.
Oh yeah, it is new. Okay, so we did
You
them out of
said
order, I guess.
I'd already broken the rules.
The person who frames another is the worst kind of human, says the assassin.
And that's why you feel you can betray this person?
I have no trust relation with a client who can't understand their assigned role.
Is he about to lie and say that Adrian is his client based on the whole framing somebody else for murder thing?
I think he is.
Just my luck. An assassin with a conscience. Who would have figured?
Now then, everyone, do you think you can understand my logic?
This case just keeps getting better and better.
Hmm. If you can't, then I'm afraid we can't proceed.
Everyone understands your point, I think. Really.
Hmm. In that case, I believe I am prepared to disclose the information you seek. You have made it crystal clear that you value trust over all else. I believe we are ready. Excellent. And that is the reason I am here today on this witness. Wait. Can I just hit? Wait. Oh, it has arrows this time. Now then, I do believe it's time I revealed the name of my client. Don't you agree?
I don't really care about all this extra fluff. Just
Am I
tell us the
supposed to
name
press?
already.
Was I supposed to press that? Oh Lord. Okay. Uh, what was we saying about blood from stone earlier? Oh, there weren't as many statements.
Mm-hmm.
I'm on the witness stand. I'm gonna press this statement. What is it?
Now I can't bring myself to ask the client's name.
If you can't ask it, Mr. Wright, then I will. Witness, what is the name of your client who requested the murder of Mr. Juan Creda? That person's name is Adrian Andrew. Yep, okay. What? Objection. Witness. That's not who you told me it was earlier. Interesting. Pray tell, what are you talking about, Mr. Prosecutor? I should think I know my own client, and it is Adrian Andrew. What? Sorry, I would have drawn that out longer, but I was yawning in the middle of that statement. This can't be. On the phone earlier,
What's going on here?
my guess is that Mr. DeKiller just stabbed Mr. Edgeworth in the back.
Stabbed Edgeworth in the back?
I'm sure in order to get an audience with this court, Mr. DeKiller told him a different name, Madame Guard, perhaps.
I knew it. You didn't, Phoenix.
This is outrageous. I was deceived. This witness is telling a very serious lie. But you were the one who summoned this witness. Ugh. You surely DeKiller. My testimony is the truth. The defendant at the moment is Madame Guard. Am I correct? All I wish to do is help procure his acquittal. Hmm. Wow. All of a sudden, it feels like we can actually win this.
Yeah.
And it feels terrible. The prosecution has failed to provide a motive and has instead provided this suicide note, which is a forgery created by the victim. Furthermore, there is a possibility the defendant himself knew it was a fake. But most definitely of all, we have heard it from the assassin himself, the name of his client. Mr. De Killer's client, who has requested the murder, was not the defendant at all. No. With all this evidence, it is obvious to me that this means that Mr. Matangard is innocent. I seem to have caused you all a bit of confusion. Please continue your discussion and call me when you have reached a verdict. Oh, interesting. Further, please bring Miss Adrian Andrews in immediately. What now? With the way this is going, Ungard will be found innocent. This may be our last chance to save Maya.
Yeah, but Edgeworth is right. The killer is lying. And on guard, my client, I know he's guilty. Can I live with myself if I win this?
Who would have believed that the prosecution's own witness would absolve the defendant? Your Honor, the prosecution requests permission to further question the witness. Shelley de Killer is certainly lying under oath. It wasn't me. Listen, everyone, please, that testimony just now was all one big lie.
Miss Andrews.
The suicide note may have been a fake, but that man, Matt, he's the reason Celeste died. And Juan's death, it was all because he got pulled into Matt's twisted world. That testimony just now, you have to believe me, it was a horrible, horrible lie. But Mr. De Killer himself has testified. He has named you as his client. No, that's not true. Also, there's quite a bit of evidence that points to you. The knife, the button, donning the nickel samurai costume. But that's. You even have a motive. We know that Miss Celeste, in Pox, was a large part of your life. You wanted to follow her, and you wanted revenge against the two who hurt her. I would say you have plenty of reasons to want them both dead. I know. Mr. Wright. You know the truth. Tell them. Tell them the real story, who the real killer is. Tell them. Please, help me.
Yes, I know the truth.
Mr. Wright,
Yes, Your Honor.
I believe we have reached the end of this trial. Therefore, I ask the defense for any final words or opinions.
I have to decide. Do I take the not guilty verdict and save Maya? Or do I throw this chance away and wait for Gumshoe's new evidence?
It feels bad to get him declared innocent.
What am I supposed to do? I mean, Phoenix ultimately is a good person. I would say he would probably let the trial continue because he knows that it's all he wants.
And Maya would never forgive him. Okay. He could win. Phoenix.
Sorry, Mia, you're already dead. It doesn't. Your opinion doesn't really matter to me at
Look,
this point.
your sister might be joining you. You'll be fine.
Can't accept the not guilty.
You are a lawyer.
I know. But Matt is a killer, a murderer. I can't let him get away with this. I can't let someone else take the fall. If I let Miss Andrews be convicted, I am no better than on guard. And even though I don't want to admit it, face the fact that it is because of Edgeworth that I now know the real truth. He could have gotten on guard convicted so many times over, but he never took a single one of those chances. If I take this verdict right now, I'd be betraying his trust.
Which is all that really matters to him.
His trust? Never thought about it until now. He had a Jimmy Neutron brain blast. I trust him.
Oh, saddled with unnecessary feelings.
Oh no.
Yes, you
Yes.
do.
My bad.
She's reading his thoughts again.
Yep.
Mr. Wright, your opinion, please.
Defense requests that we be allowed to further question Mr. DeKiller.
Am I hearing you correctly, Mr. Wright? Right. But, but, that witness was clearly declined through his testimony. Your job here is done.
I'm not done yet. To see through witnesses' lies and find the truth. That is my job, Your Honor.
Hmm. Hmm.
There's still more evidence to look at. And I'm sure that once those pieces arrive here in this very courtroom, a miracle will occur.
I don't know about that. Very well, the trial may continue. Mr. Edward, please re-establish connection with Mr. DeKiller. Right away, Your Honor. Has a verdict been reached? Before that, we would like to talk with you a little more. About? All you needed from me was the name of my client. What else could you need me for? Well, actually, we would like to hear everything you know about this case. That is how things are usually done.
What's he talking about, usually done?
What, what shall we have him testify about? Mr. DeKiller, if you don't mind, please testify about your client in more detail.
Oh, okay, I see.
You legal people and your procedure. Is it any wonder no one likes to go to court? About my client. As I have already stated quite a few times, Adrian Andrews is my client. However, one thing I simply cannot overlook is tampering with the scene of the crime. My client did it to frame another for the crime. While pretending to be the first person to discover the body and enter the scene, Adrian Andrews already knew from the very beginning that Juan Corrida was dead. But even more appalling is the creation of planting of the knife and button. That act is what I was referring to when I said my client had broken the rules. This is a most unexpected turn of events for the fifth time in a row now. However, this time everything has finally been revealed. Just a second, Your Honor. Yes, Mr. Edgeworth? We still have a cross examination to do. But you don't need to question testimony like this. Do you, Mr. Wright?
Hmm. Your Honor, the defense will question the witness, as if I have a choice here.
Why? What this witness has said is nothing but beneficial to the defense's case. You scrutinize the testimony, then
Then I'll expose the lies in that oh so beneficial testimony, I suppose.
I don't understand what's going on anymore.
That makes two of us.
Do you ever, Phoenix? Alright. Okay, so if she allegedly already knew from the beginning that he was dead, we know that she tampered with the scene of the crime. We knew that. There's proof of enough of that. Did it to frame another. Okay, while pretending to be the first to discover the body, enter the scene. She already knew that he was dead. I don't know if we're supposed to press things or vent things. More appalling is the creation and planting of the knife and button. So he knew that she created and planted the knife and button.
Mm-hmm.
Where's that photo of the dead body? Didn't we establish that she had like planted the wine glass too? She didn't actually plant it, like she just set it down.
No. Well,
But
she planted it in the sense that she wanted it to look like
yeah, that's what we claimed, is that she had placed it to look like, oh, I was so surprised. I placed it down. I didn't know he was dead. And then
Yeah,
but we still don't have an answer for that. Like, why did she have the wine glass?
because the reason she did it is because she said that the reason she did it was because she came in and she like poured herself a glass of juice to like calm her nerves before she called the police because he was dead, and then she set it down. But then we established
Yeah.
that like you didn't even drink this.
Right. But like at one point she said, like, oh, I poured it for him. Then she said she poured it for herself. She was on like autopilot or whatever. And we know that she entered the room and was gonna like talk to him and get the thing out of the case and whatever, whatever. She didn't know he was dead when she actually entered the room.
Right.
So if we're trying to like disprove what the killer said,
So
what
we should press
what
the
happened
statement.
with the wine glass?
Well, we should press the statement then, I guess, that he said because he says she knew that from the very beginning that he was dead, and that's
Yeah.
not what she's claiming. So maybe press
Let's
that statement from the very beginning.
That is correct. From before my client visited the room. All of my clients know precisely what the situation is at all times.
Wonder if that's really true.
That's odd.
Hmm?
Maybe we like press both of these.
So why do you think your client did that?
What do you mean by why?
Well, fiddling around at the scene of the crime is pretty risky. And why would someone who has requested a murder go to the crime scene anyway?
That is true. I assume it was probably done to frame Mr. Ungar.
If that's the case, then why didn't the person just request that you do it? Oh, that is a fair point, actually.
Sadly, that is not. Excuse me. Sadly, that is not possible.
Huh?
My job is to kill. That is all. Ooh, his voice is getting to me.
Do you want me to take over?
Nah, I got it. I'm a professional. All right. And to leave my business card behind, naturally. The business card is so my clients may escape blame. To protect them is my duty. To train them is my cause.
I traveled all across the land doing so.
Even if they say it is for revenge, setting someone else up to take your fall. What I referred to when I said my client a broken rule. So
I guess press
interesting.
that then.
I feel like we're supposed to present evidence, but
Mm. And that's all you have to testify.
yes, and I pray that I will never be called to the stand again.
Again, as in you plan to continue.
I must, as I have yet to find a person to take my place and become the fourth successor. Actually, how would you like a new life, Mr. Attorney?
I'm more interested in being the fourth Hokage than the fourth successor, but that's just me.
Oh no.
Listen, we already established we're in a Naruto episode. I'm writing it out at this point.
But
That
you brought it
no,
back up.
no, I'm fine, really.
Are you really now?
What kind of man the judge thinks I am now?
He's just confused, right? What are you going to do, Phoenix?
All I can do now is expose the lies.
That's true. However, you realize that would be very bad for our client, right? And my sister, who is currently starving to death.
I'm so confused. But the one thing I know for sure is I can't let this trial end yet.
Hmm. Okay.
All right.
All right. Adrian Eyes is my client. There. Name another, which he says is the reason that he's like terrible. All right. So he mentions the knife and the button. He didn't mention the wine glass because
Okay.
that was part of her quote unquote attempt to frame. Was like,
Right.
oh, I was so shocked that I got wine or whatever. But
Mm-hmm.
I don't know. There's not really a good answer. I don't actually think this was probably the real answer, but
I mean, you could do
it's
that,
probably
yeah.
something else I'm supposed to press. But I don't know.
Thank you so much for taking the time to testify, Mr. Killer.
What is the meaning of that attitude?
When Adrian Andrews entered the victim's room, your client had no idea that Juan Carita had been murdered.
But now, how do you know that?
From this wine glass, Your Honor.
The glass.
Glass. Mr. Killer's supposed client thought Miss Carita had only fainted.
Oh yeah, because she like knocked the things off when she went to set
Right,
it down.
yeah. Which is why this glass of tomato juice was poured for the victim.
But isn't that just a part of Adrian Andrews' calculated plan? Right? That is a logical conclusion to draw.
That is not possible, Your Honor. The glass bears the fingerprints of that person. Had this been planned, they would never have left their fingerprints behind. That is a good
Hmm.
point.
Well, I mean,
I
yes
mean,
and
it's a
no. So if she
yeah.
was trying to say like, "Oh, I was so shocked that I just happened to pour him a glass of juice," like it does make sense as like a calculated like, "Oh, I make sure to leave my prints on this glass because oh no, I was just so shocked it couldn't have been me." Whereas everything else didn't have any like fingerprints on it. So
Right.
I don't know. I don't see his point. Or sure your point, Mr. Edwards. What is your opinion? Strangely enough, I had the same exact thought just now.
Twinsies.
We're seeing eye to eye. Witness, how do you explain the strange phenomenon? Isn't it a waste of time to ask about such a minor detail? It's not a very important point anyway, correct? I'm afraid you are mistaken. If Adrian Andrews really is your client, as you claim, then your client should have had knowledge of Mr. Creed's death. If not, then that can only mean that Adrian Andrews was never your client at all. I don't know, because I get the judge's point of like this would have been part of her super good strategy or whatever.
Mm-hmm.
How strange. Hush. Why is it that the attorney has yet to raise an objection at this absurd situation? Yeah, you.
Nani?
Nani? Phoenix. If the killer figures out what we're up to, we're in real trouble.
Yeah, I know. Mr. Edgeworth, I'm surprised. You know you can't say things like that without any evidence.
Ah, sorry. Oh, that was an awfully weak objection for the two of you. Anyway, I am positive that there was a contradiction in that testimony. If the prosecution requests further testimony concerning when the request was taken. Very well.
Have to buy us more time.
This is going to be the most convoluted series of stalling
Exactly. I
possible.
killer left behind to get here.
Mm-mm-mm.
Just know the very outcome of the trial lies with those items.
Right?
How are your headphones doing?
Oh, they keep screaming low battery at me, but I don't have an
I
actual
mean,
battery gauge.
you want to take a quick break to charge them or something? Because I got to get more water and stuff. So.
Yeah, let's go ahead and take a short break so that I can find a charger to plug them in with, and then we will
Okay.
be right back to finish. So, give me just a sec to put it on the screen and be right back. All right, I have returned. Let's see if our partner has returned. The washer getting. Probably not. I did grab myself some more water. Hopefully, I'll be able to do the killer's voice a little easier. Chug that just to get prepared. So I do have the headphones plugged in, so I can't go too crazy on the screen, because otherwise I will yank it out of the charger, probably. Hopefully they're actually charging. I didn't check. Make sure it didn't shut off. Oh no, we're still good. Okay, cool. Okay. All right. So I'm gonna go ahead and read the killer's part while he's gone, and then we'll just wrap it back up. Maybe he'll join us while I'm reading. Okay. This request came to me, about a week ago. About a week ago. It was a request for my services on the night of the awards ceremony. We met at a certain bar to discuss and finalize a few matters. That is what occurred. I trust my memory, and believe I have made no mistakes. Hmm. So you physically met your client, huh? That is correct. Meeting one's client is the first step to building trust, in my opinion. I see. Well, Mr. Wright, your cross-examination, please. All right. I wonder. So I wonder if like any of that was actually important. Because like if we're gonna prove that he's lying, we probably have to prove like person he met wasn't Matt. So I'm guessing we have to ask like some things about Matt, like, oh, what did this person like look like? Because Matt has that pretty big scar and everything. So I'm assuming we have to ask like, oh, prove the defining features of the person that you met. Blah 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 blah. So my Sonia cosplay is not doing what it's supposed to because my hair has decided it just wants to be everywhere. So that's the
Find something to charge them in with.
I found a cable. It should keep them alive for the duration of the stream, but probably not much after that. So
All right.
so I did read all this. He basically said we met at a bar, met face to face, about a week ago. Blah blah blah. So the only thing that he said it's we physically met at a bar to finalize the view.
Mm-hmm.
So I'm assuming we're supposed to press him for
Yeah.
details on his.
So you physically met Adrian Andrews, right?
Hmm. Of course I did. Press further, I guess. Sorry, I didn't give you time to read it. I'm so sorry. Oh no, did my headphones die? Did they die? Oh, they're still working. Okay. Ugh, concerned.
Witness, I would like for you to give us a few more details. Sorry, I'm getting something to eat too, so.
Oh, I'm sorry. I didn't realize you were
No,
eating.
no, you're good.
I always meet my clients as a matter of principle. I have never taken a request by telephone or mail. And why is that? That is because I value the trust between a client and myself above all else. And the only way to establish that is to speak to the client while looking them in the eye. Mr. Wright, was the testimony just now of any importance? Uh, Not important. It is important. I mean, yes and no. I don't know. I'm gonna say.
All right, what do we want to press him on?
So we pressed him on the fact that he met him in the bar. We pressed him
Mm-hmm.
further, and he was like, "Oh yeah, I have to look them in the eye to be able to take the thing." Blah 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 blah. So, was that testimony important or not important?
I think so, because I mean we know that Matt was um,
Yeah,
blackmailing him, or he recorded the killing so that he could blackmail the killer.
right.
So
But what we know is that I value trust, blah blah blah, but we don't know how to get to the point where we tell the killer that like he was being spied on.
Well, yeah, then I guess maybe try to bring it up here when he's talking about trust.
Well, maybe it was very important.
Of course, it was very important, Your Honor. If Mr. Killer had met his client before the murder, then it is unlikely he is mistaken.
Hmm. Are you saying that his client really was Adrian Andrews?
I guess so. Nope. Okay, that was the
This
wrong
is
thing.
probably not. You see, it is just as I said.
So, Lois, who the heck am I supposed to be helping here?
I'm just letting this play out and then we'll load. Calm down, Phoenix. Think carefully and relax. Now then, would the witness please continue? Oh. Okay. Uh, Nothing came of that. Hold on. I want to see what happens when we pick the other option.
Okay.
Well, I could just pick the other option, I think.
Yeah.
Yeah, let me just go in and pick the other one. Press, you physically met Adrian Andrews, of course I did, blah blah blah, press further. It's weird that we wouldn't have been like penalized or nothing happened.
Mm-hmm.
So I don't always say with maybe the other one is like the penalty and then we can just reload and be all right. All right, so we'll save it again and then we'll choose that it was not important. And then if it does damage us, we'll just
Why he meets his clients is not important, and that wasn't the point. Witness, please stop sidestepping my questions.
Well, what do you mean by that?
My question was, did you really meet Adrian Andrews?
I have already told you, Mr. Wright. I did. It was only through talking with him face to face that I began to trust him.
Hello.
Oh, that was a big slip up.
So he assumes that Adrian is a man.
Yeah, okay. That's when I thought I can trust this person as a client. It's true that they say talking face to face. Well, Mr. Wright, was the testimony just now of any importance? Yes.
Heard what I think I heard just now. Then I think I've got him. I think I've got him. I thought there was going to be another thing after him.
Hmm.
Your Honor, I believe that testimony just now was of the utmost.
So we were supposed to say it's not and then it is?
Yeah, because
Oh, we're
you say it's not important that you met your client. What I asked was, did you meet Adrian
Adrian
Andrews
Andrews.
specifically?
Yeah, I guess so. If that's the case, witness, please include the statement just now in your testimony. All right. So is he going to say him in this part? From the moment I saw him, I thought I could trust this person. Okay. So obviously, we present Adrian, who is definitely not a man. Oh my God, look. They put him next to each other. That's so weird. He's the same guy, but like, he's in our books twice. That's so weird. He's a twin brother. All right.
I'd like to go over this one more time. You met Adrian Andrews at a bar and took their quest at that time.
Yes, that is correct.
And that's when you thought he was trustworthy.
How many times must I repeat myself? Yes, that is correct.
I'm sorry, but that is an impossible tale.
What?
Shelley the Killer, you have never met the real Adrian Andrews.
I mean, what if Matt on Guard was just using Adrian Andrews' name? Like,
Well, but then he would be trying to
it's
get
still,
he wouldn't be trying
you
to
know,
get Matt off out of the custody.
that's true. Why would you say that? No, literally, why? I will kill her right now.
Because you made one very big slip up.
See, Edgeworth should be the one, like, going after him. Like, because
about her.
Phoenix, you're just getting Maya killed. Please. So what is the issue? Hmm. What did you say just now about her?
You haven't ever met Adrian Andrews in person. One look would have told you that she is a woman.
Oh, oh my God! He exploded. Order, order in the court, Mr. X. What is the meaning of this?
This witness testified to the following: that he always meets face to face with his clients when taking their request.
But he's never met Adrian Andrews in person. Yes, Your Honor, that is exactly the point. Hmm. That means Mr. DeKiller's client could not have been Miss Adrian Andrews. Oh my God, what is coming out of him?
I think like the oil for the
Oh, maybe. That's so
yeah.
weird. So I noticed that both Phoenix and Edward were very careful not to say Miss, Mr., whatever. Like they never said he or she. They just always said Adrian Andrews.
Uh-huh.
So they backed him into this. Like they forced him to like go
Yeah,
into this crap, basically.
and that's also why Edgeworth earlier was like, okay, tell us what you know about the case.
Oh, that's true. Mr. Edward, I understand your logic on this. However, why would the assassin make such a basic mistake? I believe it has to do with her name, Your Honor. Her name? Yes, and Adrian Andrews is, without a doubt, a very androgynous name. Yes, I see. Unluckily for Mr. DeKiller, the entire time he was on the stand, no one stated Adrian Andrews' gender, and so he simply picked the wrong gender to go with. What? What is going on? That is a good question. Charlie DeKiller, this court demands an explanation. Um, I think somehow I must have mixed up this client with another. So does that mean you remember something different now? Yes, of course. Please, if you would allow me to testify once more.
Ugh. I know he's just gonna spit out more lies.
Very well, but this time please give us the truth and nothing but the truth. The judge is like, yeah, you can keep testifying, it's fine. You blatantly lied to us, but who cares?
Listen, he
Yes,
needs more fodder for his fan fiction.
right. Now I remember. I took that request by mail.
Well, that's a lie.
There have been times when I took a job without having met my client. The request was for the murder of one Karita and two or three other small things. When I saw the name at the end of the letter, I thought my client to be a man. Yeah. What do you mean two or three small things? That's too vague.
Also, he literally just said, "Oh, I never meet them.
I
I always meet
never.
them in person. Never
Yeah.
by mail. I only do murder."
Yeah, for the whole trust thing. So you took this job through a letter.
He didn't mention anything about a letter in his earlier testimony,
Yeah, he specifically said he did not take them by mail.
which means he is definitely lying.
Be careful, Phoenix. If you break the assassin's testimony completely, it's over for us.
No, I can't make him suspicious, but I think we're okay. Like, we can do this.
Can we? Kind of like we can.
As long as he's standing there across from me.
My heart will go on.
No matter how strong a punch I throw, he'll counter it. I know he'll always catch me.
When I fall. Now then,
You
let's
are the
begin the cross
wind.
examination. You're the wind beneath. All right, request my mail. Okay, this was too vague. Obviously, this is going to be the presser.
Two or three other things.
Yes,
And what were these other things?
a few other things that have nothing to do with this case.
Then
Hmm.
What should I do? Should I let him slide with that? Be really bad if I pushed his buttons the wrong way and he got mad.
Too bad. Press. We're not Elsa.
Whether or not they're related to this case is for the court to decide.
Exactly. Mr. Attorney. Oops, that was probably the wrong answer.
Yes?
Everything I have said from the beginning has been nothing but beneficial to your client, which is why I wonder what is pushing you to continue with this cross examination. Could it be that you are planning to betray your own client?
That's.
I smell the stench of a backstab. And should you turn out to be one.
Wait.
Uh-oh.
This is looking real
I
bad.
picked the wrong option.
Shouldn't press my luck. Alright, I have to think. Is this worth pursuing?
You know what? In for a penny, in for a pound. Press it again.
Witness, this is a very important matter. Please cooperate and tell us what these other jobs your client requested were.
If it's truly that important, I suppose I don't have much of a choice. The bear figurine. Really? It was the
Bear
right
figurine.
answer? How was this the right answer? It was to just press him until he threatened to kill Maya. I don't understand. After the assassination of the target, I was to find that figurine. I was told that this job was just as important as the actual killing.
And where was that figurine?
It was inside Mr. Kurita's suitcase. Oh.
And then what did you do next?
What about the costume? Oh, maybe they were both in there.
No, the costume was in the guitar case.
Yeah. Oh, he just said suitcase. Okay.
He said suitcase, yeah.
I handed it over to my client right away.
Gave it to your client. Interesting.
This information certainly sounds important to me. Witness, please include what you just stated in your testimony. As you wish. Yeah, okay. Alright, am I supposed to press it? Or do I press it or do I present the figure?
um. Oh, present it because we found it at Matt's house.
Oh, yeah, I guess that's true.
Jelly to Killer. If you had really given the bear to Miss Andrews, then this item should not have been inside it. Oh, because she would know how to open the bear, and that's what she was looking for.
Oh, this item. I see where you're going. See where you're going.
Yep, that's where I'm going.
Where is everyone going? Do I need to pack a suitcase? I love the judge.
Your Honor, please think back to Miss Andrews' testimony.
Please keep up, Your Honor. And I was going to burn it for her sake. I mean,
if even for a single minute this bear had actually been in Miss Andrews' hands, I'm sure she would have taken the suicide note out and burned it.
I mean, she also could have just said that. Order, order, order! Oh, so that's where you two are going. So by the fact that the suicide note was still inside the bear, it tells us that your client didn't know how to disassemble the puzzle. It means, Your Honor, that it is impossible for Adrian Andrews to be the client. Great.
I love the radio just breaking apart.
Order! 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 Mr. Phoenix Bright. I'm sure I mentioned this before. How I hate traitors above all else. I think your cross-examination has clearly demonstrated something to me. You must wish to break your end of our agreement.
No, that's not.
That's enough. If that is your intention, there is only one thing for me to do.
Wait, please.
Gentlemen, ladies, please excuse me. I have a matter that I must attend to.
No, please, not that. Please wait.
Mr. Attorney, bring this trial to a speedy end, and I may stay my hand. Otherwise,
Mm, ah,
wow, that was not a long and straight. Look with you. What
hey,
is
what?
that? You're supposed to scream it.
Yeah, no, I'm good.
Ah!
Yeah, see, you cut out anyway, so it doesn't really matter.
Not again. What in the Mr. Wright? Are you Mr. Edwards? Yes, Your Honor. I didn't understand what this witness's outburst just now. Do you think there is a need to hear more testimony, or is this enough? Well, we should.
Edgeworth, we can't do this. Hear my thoughts this time.
He's like
We
beaming
keep
it into
this
his
up.
brain.
Maya, she'll.
Mhm. Oh, he is getting the thoughts. The prosecution, I. What has come over everyone? Even you are. The prosecution rests. What is going on around here? Prosecution has no further questions, Your Honor. What? Wow. Well, I never thought I'd see the day. This is a most unusual situation. If the prosecution rests with no further questions, then the prosecution has failed to uphold its stance. If that is the case, then even though I am reluctant, I must believe that Mr. DeKiller's testimony is accurate. That would mean that Shelley DeKiller's client is Adrian Andrews. Mr. Wright. Mr. Wright. But you're not coming through
Yes,
the
Your
wall.
Honor.
Oh, there you go. If I end the trial here right now, then your client, Matt Ungard, would be declared innocent, and in his place, Adrian Andrews would be charged with murder.
Miss Andrews be charged with murder.
The prosecution has no further questions, so we will now hear the defense's final remarks. Bailiff, please bring the defendant, Matt Ungard, to the stand. The items from the killer's hideout didn't make it in time. We tried as hard as we could, but it looks like our time has run out.
Can't believe it.
The outcome now lies in your hands. Ugh, what am I supposed to do? Dude, did the old guy finally decide? To be honest, I can't think of you as a truly innocent or good person. You have done enough evil to drive a woman to suicide. Hmm. But, at least on the charge of murder, it would appear you are innocent. I mean, we proved that was a forgery, though, so. Oh. Uh oh. So, I guess even the old fuddy duddy figured me out. Mr. Ungard? What an atrocious lawyer I have, giving his own client up like this. And that refreshing like a spring breeze crap, it's just as atrocious, don't you agree? Anyway, get on with it and pronounce me innocent already. Right, Mr. Lawyer? Wow, wow, wow. Hydrate. Wow. We
Always
side.
justice, Phoenix.
Yeah, do we side with justice or we save by his life? He'd better get on guard a guilty sentence, okay?
But I did that, Maya will die. But if I say he's innocent, then Miss Andrews will be charged as the murderer.
And will die.
Do I say he's guilty or not guilty? Either choice I make, someone's life is going to end.
Yeah, there's the death penalty in this world.
Yeah, red.
Hmm.
It all hinges on what I choose.
Red, like our background.
Yep.
Wow. Now then, Mr. Wright, let's hear the defense's final statement on this matter. The person who hired the assassin was Adrian Andrews. Then your client, Mr. Mattengard, is innocent, even though he totally looks guilty right now. There's no need to ask, old man. After all, my lawyer is going to say what I want, aren't you? Right?
I can't do this, but I have to decide something. Can't count on the evidence to help me anymore. I have to listen to my heart. Listen to your heart. Yep, we both went there.
Oh no, we're the same brain now too.
I mean, that was bound to happen at some point. No, he guilty.
Guilty. Shocked. Shocked and odd. We picked one.
I don't think he said it yet. I think he was dramatically deciding in his brain which one to pick.
We're waiting for your answer, Mr. Wright. Mattengard, your client deserves an answer.
Maya, I'm sorry. Menengard is. Oh, Francisca, here we go.
Objection. Oh no, another British person.
Francisca von Karma.
Guess who? What are you doing here? Ow! You see now, don't you, Mr. Phoenix Wright?
Whip the judge.
This is exactly why you should never take your eyes off of that scruffy fool.
She definitely has a thing for Gumshoe. I mean, she's always bringing up how scruffy he is and whipping
Right?
him.
She's following him with a thing. Did you bring them, the final pieces? Do you have them? You should know better than to ask that, Mr. Miles Edgeworth. Avon Karma is perfect in every way. The evidence here is in perfect condition. Don't worry about Scruffy, he's fine, and his injuries are minor. All of the items are inside of this.
His coat.
What a filthy old colt this is.
That's Gumshoe's.
Oh.
I could spot his tattered rags anywhere.
Oh. I apologize for its ugliness, but there was nothing else to wrap the items in.
I've fought long and hard this whole trial. All for what is inside that raggedy coat. Sure that inside that coat lies a crucial piece of evidence.
What if there isn't one? Like, what if it's just nothing?
Your Honor, inside that filthy coat are the defense's final pieces of evidence.
Your final evidence? We're supposed to be making a final statement. I wonder if this happens no matter which thing.
Yeah, probably.
I'll see to Scruffy personally.
This trial is already over. All that remains for me is to hand down my verdict. I do not believe that any evidence presented now would change the outcome of this trial.
What?
Judge is like, I'm done with your freaking games, okay? I'm done.
I've got enough for 3
Objection.
fanfictions. Done.
Your Honor, it is our duty to examine every piece of evidence down to the last. I request that Miss Von Karma be allowed to present these pieces of evidence.
I suppose you are right, Mr. Edgeworth. I grant permission to do so. Because it's you, Edgeworth. If it was Phoenix, I would say to go away. However, this one obvious rule applies here. If these items do not bring up any new points, then they will not be accepted by this court. Numbers Von Karma, if you please.
These pieces of evidence are items left by the killer during his escape from the police.
It must have been in quite a rush.
Yes, Your Honor, the killer left 3 pieces of evidence.
Somewhere among the evidence we're about to see, there will be something that will turn this whole situation around, like a miracle. I'm sure of it.
All right. This is all we can hope for. First item is a pistol.
Okay.
It's a gun. Sure. We'll just question all of them, I think.
Does this pistol have any relation to the case?
I have yet to perform a ballistics test, so I can't say anything for certain. However, I believe it has something to do with this case, at least with me. Oh, it's the gun that shot her.
Okay.
That's the pistol he used to shoot you, isn't it? That's what I believe, yes.
Oh.
I kept the bullet they removed from my shoulder as a sort of memento. I'm sure it will be an excellent sample for the test.
Probably not, because it would be all crumpled and broken.
I
But,
mean,
So that's the pistol that was used to shoot Francisco.
okay,
It's probably not going to help us very much.
probably not. My dog is upset. I put him in the pen.
Second piece of evidence is this video. Oh,
Hey,
that's you.
that's me.
Sorry.
The second piece of evidence is this videotape.
I bet the killer took that from the on guard mansion. Have you checked the contents of that tape?
Unfortunately, there was no time to.
Oh, yeah.
I immediately rushed over. But I would speculate that this tape is very important.
Why would you say that?
Because he came back to his hideout for it.
The killer went back for it?
That's right. It looks like he was trying to recover it. He entered 3 officers at the site. But somehow it looks like they managed to protect it from the killer. Shelley the killer is no ordinary man. Interesting. The last piece of evidence is this bellboy's uniform.
Is that a uniform from the Gatewater Hotel?
I mean, I guess.
Was that used during the crime?
Probably. I am almost certain it was. There is even a pair of black leather gloves in one of the pockets.
There's no doubt about it. The killer was wearing this on the night of the murder.
There is one thing I found interesting about this uniform. And what is that? There is a button missing on this uniform. A button. It's a very unique button. I'm sure if we were to recover it, it would provide us with an interesting clue. You okay? That is all I have to present, Your Honour.
It's just as I thought.
None of
And
this is
what
worth
is that,
it.
Your Honor?
I'm sure were we under normal circumstances, these items from Shelley the Killer's hideout would be very important clues. However, our question is not who did the killing.
It is who is the client.
Yes, that is correct. And these 3 items do not tell us anything about that.
I mean, we haven't watched the tape yet.
Thank you for your hard work, Miss Von Karma. You may step down now.
Wait, Your Honor. Please allow me to examine this new evidence.
I mean, if we watch the tape,
Overruled.
Where are they going to get a VCR?
they're in a courtroom. There's one right in the corner.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Is it's funny that this case is supposed to be set in like the mid 2000s and there's still tape.
They're still
You
like
know,
working
tapes of
VCRs.
VCRs, yeah.
Yeah.
This court has already examined all the evidence and needs to hand down a verdict.
Wonderful. Absolutely splendid. This judge is such a brilliant man, isn't he? I thought he was going to do the refreshing thing for longer. I'm
Is
sad.
this
I
the
like
end?
that voice better. Phoenix.
I knew it. There's no such thing as a miracle in this world, is there?
He says, talking to his old mentor who is currently possessing the body of a 8-year-old. I think you're wrong. I think they do exist. But you have to make that miracle happen. You've come this far. You can't give up now.
But no matter how you think about it, it's
Try, for my sake. Just think about it for a second. There are 2 ways out of this situation for us.
two.
The first. Make on guard wish from the bottom of his soul for a guilty verdict.
Huh?
The killer will always place his client's wishes first. If on guard himself wishes to be convicted, then he will let his hostage go.
That may be true, but that's asking me to do the impossible.
The second way. Force the killer to end his contract with On Guard. If the killer were no longer to think of On Guard as his client, another hydrate, then he would let Maya go.
Yeah, that's even more impossible. He's a man who values his duty toward his clients above all else.
I know both of these seem like impossible feats at first, but if you could make either one happen, it would truly be a miracle.
Bigger problem is the judge has already said he doesn't need any more evidence.
Not even a bit.
Pieces he was just shown, he's not accepting them.
Phoenix. Think things through from the other side. Isn't that what's always worked for us?
The other side? Wait, does she mean...
Join me in death.
You mean to turn things around?
Turn around. Phoenix, the judge says he doesn't need the evidence. If that's the case, then who does need it?
Person who needs the evidence.
Me. The defense, the prosecution, and the judge. We have all seen the pieces of evidence. And that is how we have come to know the truth. But there is one person who has yet to see them all, and that person does not know the truth. Is it the videotape and it's the killer?
Yeah.
Not true. It may be what will bring about the miracle in the end.
There are no objections at this time, correct? Now then, I will pronounce my verdict.
Why don't we all respectfully sit back and listen, kids?
I have already told you, Mr. Wright. This court does not need any more evidence.
I'm not saying it is us that needs the evidence, Your Honor.
Then you want to show the evidence to that person?
Yes, Your Honor. Please, Your Honor.
Mr. Wright, for you to ask with such passion, I will grant you one chance.
So I'm guessing we have to present Shelly the killer.
I'm guessing it's
like the
probably
videotape.
the tape.
Yeah.
Please show your evidence to who you think is the right person.
This will be the last decision. Okay, well, let me just save. So
Thanks
lots
for
of
the heads up.
voice, but I do appreciate that, for real, because I was getting kind of tired.
Yeah, honestly, I was yawning in the middle of that last Phoenix
I
speech.
heard. All right. Let's. Whew. That's impossible to try to turn the situation around in one try.
It's fine, Edgeworth. We have what's called save scumming. It's a prosecutorial technique they haven't taught you yet.
It's a defense tactic.
Yeah, it's a defense. It's special defense tactic.
Saves coming. Okay. All right.
One try. That is all I will permit.
I think we're on the right track. I just don't know if we'll actually work.
I have to try to remember. Do you remember?
Day in September.
Yeah. Thing that has happened up to this point. Boy, we're very musical tonight.
I know. I love it.
Think, Phoenix.
You brought up
think.
Chicago, and then
there must be a way to save Maya while taking On Guard down at the same time.
And then we go out for burgers with Edgeworth.
Edgeworth is not a burger person.
No, but Maya always wants burgers, so can't have her then.
Now then, Mr. Wright, let's not waste any more time. Who would you like to show evidence?
Obvious. I'd like to show it to John Doe. No, the killer.
I see. And now, tell this court what one piece of evidence you would like to show this person.
The Blidio Blape. He was trying so desperately to like get it back that obviously,
The Titio vape.
yay, my favorite kind of vape.
Well, what do you think, Mr. Edward?
Uh, um, I think there is some merit in showing this evidence to that witness. We get it wrong.
Further, please bring in the transceiver from earlier.
Get it right? I don't know.
All right.
So the answer is so quick. I'm sorry. So we kind of figured that the tape was probably like because we worked it out earlier that he was filming
Yeah,
the
because
killer.
we've been trying to figure out a way to
So
bring up the fact that like
yeah,
Matt was filming
we're,
him for blackmail.
we were trying to tell him earlier, but there was not an option for it. So I know
M-
we were so quick. We probably could
My
have puzzled that one.
She's okay, right?
Didn't I tell you to concern yourself with bringing about a speedy end to this trial? Now, if I understand correctly, you wish to show me one piece of evidence.
Yes. One is all I need.
One is all.
I have here a videotape. It was found at your hideout.
Hmm.
I heard you injured 3 officers in your attempt to get this back.
That was most regrettable. However, it was an order from my client. I was told to protect that videotape.
I thought so.
Alright, okay. I'm afraid I seem to have failed in that regard.
Do you know the contents of this tape?
I was sternly told by my client not to watch it. So I have absolutely no idea.
Actually, you are on this tape.
Me?
There was a video camera hidden at the crime scene.
Yeah, see, because we knew. So that's probably what this tape is.
Your actions were being recorded.
What?
Is that true, Mr. Wright?
Who? Who was it that planted a camera? Oh, I didn't do it.
Well, the only person who could have placed a camera at the scene of the crime.
The decision is a logical culmination of everything that was said. Even things that didn't seem to have relevance at the time it was said make sense with this. Yeah, because like the him being filmed and then filming them all the time and blah blah blah. Like a lot of that
And then
stuff
the
didn't.
trust between client and assassin.
Yeah, the transceiver that was set between a certain time. You know, he trusts, and if you break my trust, and blah blah blah. Yeah, I don't want other people to see my face because I'm here on a
I hate
transceiver. Betrayal.
yeah. Would be your client, naturally.
That was Adrian Andrews.
Be quiet and listen, Your Honor. I wish I had said that more aggressively.
Sure.
Your client specified a time and place for you. Isn't that right?
Yes.
That was so they could film you.
I had no idea. Mr. Wright, why would my client do such a thing?
Because he's a sociopath.
For blackmail. I would like to know why.
Why did Matt Ungard film the crime scene?
Didn't Matt tell us that?
Yeah, he specifically said it was to blackmail
Yeah.
him. The reason why he did that is my ticket out of this whole mess.
All right.
There's only one reason why your client would secretly film the crime scene. They, wanted to blackmail
I
you.
wanted to see Juan get his. Didn't trust your skills. Wanted to blackmail.
Your client once told me something very interesting. We were talking about you, and this is what they say. Or they said, sorry.
But I'm no weakling. I don't believe anyone, least of all assassins. Oh, come now, Mr. Wright. Assassins aren't above blackmail. Yes, that's where the video comes. With that, I can keep him at bay and even blackmail him if I want.
Your client didn't trust you at all.
That one got a little too deep. It was like butting into the other voice. Whew, they're blending together.
They were thinking of using this video to blackmail. What do you have to say to that, Shelley DeKiller?
Oh. I don't know what that noise was. It just came out of me. It looks like I was being deceived from the very beginning. Hold on.
Yes, by a natural.
An actor.
That is the kind of person they are. Your client is a person who only thinks and plots of how to use the people around them, protect themselves from any and all dangers that may arise. That is the true nature of your client.
Hmm. I have one question for the witness. Yes. You told us one thing numerous times during your testimony. You said that you detest traitors most of all. Yes, that's right. But what if that traitor was your own client? What would you do then? That's obvious. I would break our contract in that case. And then that client would become my next target. For the honor of the Dekiller name, even if it takes an eternity, I would follow that person to the ends of the earth to exact my punishment. Ooh. We never see what's on the tape. In the fashion of the game, it potentially has nothing on it at all, though there's plenty of evidence to suggest in the moment a murder was captured on tape. Oh, okay. I was about to say we didn't watch it, so
Yeah, I mean, I
wasn't
would
sure.
I would assume that because Ungard told him to get the tape back, that probably the murder's on there. Plus, he even says like, "Oh,
Well,
the tape, have this tape where I can blackmail."
yeah, and it could also be that this isn't the same tape, and Phoenix is just bluffing the way he
Oh,
always
true.
does. I see. That's all I wanted to know.
So the traitor becomes the killer's next target.
So why don't we all look at the traitor? What's happening?
Oh, I get it. This is how we'll turn this case around.
Mr. Wright,
Yes?
my contract with my client is over as of now. I seem to have a new job on my hands. I will now return to you your precious item. What the? I'm not an item. Beep.
Maya, I thought I'd never see you again. Oh, thank goodness.
Oh, poor Phoenix.
This trial appears to have come to its conclusion. However, I actually am sort of. I don't quite know what just happened there with the client and the witness and the. Ah! Where's Red
Miss,
Karma? Where did that?
She always has you in her sights. Now, I do believe it's time to finally hand down a verdict. Oh, were you speaking for Gummy?
Huh?
Oh my god. What I
No,
thought I heard was you said, I wish she would have me in her sights. And I thought you said it
no,
in
no,
Gummy's voice.
no. What I said was because Miles said she always has you in her sights. I said, what is she, Widowmaker?
Yes. Yeah.
Mr. On Guard. It looks like somehow you got what you wanted. You will finally receive the acquittal you wanted so badly. You should be so happy.
But before that, I would like to make one final statement. Sometime in the near future, one very betrayed assassin may appear before you. Needless to say, that man is very good at what he does. I'm sure you would understand what I mean if you watch this video. Help me. Now then, Your Honour, the verdict, if you please.
Is this alright with you, Mr. Wright?
We have finally reached the end of a very long battle. Whether he is convicted or acquitted, there is no escape for him now. Go on, Phoenix. Plead whichever way your heart tells you.
Right, Chief. Yeah, plead guilty.
I mean, obviously, like that's what we've been fighting for and like trying to stall until we could do. So,
Matt on guard. Even though I am a lawyer, I cannot make your crime disappear. I think a guilty verdict is appropriate here.
I think so too. Me, my wonderful self, guilty.
Even if you got an acquittal, the instant you set foot outside the detention center, your life would be in danger. No matter which way you look at it. You can't run away from your crime anymore.
Might as well be in jail. No, guilty, 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 guilty.
Wow.
As always, it looks like we have uncovered the real truth.
I don't remember you helping out much in this.
Ah, burn. Mr. Edward, who is Matt on guard?
I have left Miss Von Karma in charge of his incarceration. I'm sure he's getting a full course meal of whip leather right about now.
Very good. It was a close one, wasn't it?
Yes. I plan to pay my debt to society for my own crime, Your Honor. The first time I was called to the witness stand during this trial, all I felt was despair.
She must be talking about the time Edgeworth really went after her.
Right, bro?
Guess she's trying to forgive him for what he did.
This witness, how shall I put this? She has an illness. If you're going to say you would choose death, that is of no concern to me. But after that, when I was alone at the detention center, that's the first time I really saw myself, who I am. And today, when the two of you use your combined strength to convict Matt, I felt like I had finally been.
I honestly half expected her to come back in the courtroom with Phoenix's haircut. Well, because she like adopts certain traits. Like her whole personality is based
Yeah.
off Celeste. So
True.
she like adopts specific things from people she attaches to. Like she had Von Karma's like false confidence. So I half expected
Yeah.
her to have like a
She comes
demon.
back with like spiked hair.
Yeah.
I
or she like
mean-
dyed her hair black or something.
Maybe.
Wow, this is the first time I've ever seen her smile.
I am really happy that you two were in charge of this case. I really don't know how to express how I feel at this moment. This is the first time I've felt comfortable with myself, who I am.
Good for you, Adrian.
Thank you so much, everyone. Oh, how sweet.
It looks like we have resolved everything at last. As for myself, there are still a few things I'm confused about. Everyone seems to be in good spirits. That is good enough for me. That is all. This court is adjourned.
Yay! We did it! You were great out there, Phoenix.
What I did out there was right, wasn't it?
And we got him declared guilty, so I assume so. This is the first time you've not gotten your client off. You got them a guilty verdict this time. But you have to look past all of that. What's really important. You now realize that there is something more than just getting a not guilty, right?
Yes, I understand now.
Did he need to understand?
Apparently.
Yes. Phoenix, think back for a second. Think to the moments before Miss Von Karma arrived with the final pieces of evidence. Think about the incredible decision you had to make. Why are we flashing back already?
Yeah, I don't know.
Hold on, Mr. Wright. Let's hear the defense's final statements on this matter.
Oh, because we picked guilty above all else.
Right.
Listen to my heart, blah, 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 blah. Sorry. I'm just,
Yeah, there's no reason to go back over it again.
is he guilty or is he not guilty? Those were your choices then, and your answer? Your answer spoke to what being a lawyer means to you. The truth above all else. Right.
Edgeworth?
I have good news. Maya is now safe in police custody. Really?
Nope. Pearls.
You're telling us the truth, right, Mr. Edgeworth? Where did Mia go?
Yeah, that's
Yes,
what I was just thinking.
she's quite safe.
Probably go check on her sister.
Probably. She's on her way here as we speak in a patrol car. Ah, Missing Maya, Steve. You did it. You really did it, Mr. Nick.
Ow. She punches deceptively hard for a kid.
Oh. I believed in you. I kept saying to myself, Mr. Nick was safer. Mr. Nick was safer. Wow.
Thanks.
Oh,
What's wrong?
I just found Karma. Oh, instantly tears dry. There she is.
About earlier. Thanks. Ow.
Why are you still smiling, Mr. Phoenix Wright? You lost. Your perfect win record has now been crushed. And yet you are still happy?
I don't think you'll ever understand, Miss Moncarmo.
How dare you? Don't worry. She may in time. After all, I was like that myself until a year ago.
Edgeworth?
For my own personal victory and for guilty verdicts. I used every dirty trick in the book, and so my wind record remained spotless. But a man appeared and stood fast against that selfish me. I fought him in my usual manner and tasted my first defeat. It was delicious. I felt like I had lost everything because of that. And also, I thought I killed my father. And then, oh yeah, when he almost killed his dad, or he thought he killed his dad. It was my turn to sit in the defendant's chair. Poor gun safety technique there. It triggered discipline, gone. And I was saved by that person I called
Enemies
my
below. Here we go.
enemy. There was only one bed. I couldn't forgive myself for all that had happened, so I left the prosecutor's office. And I left that note. Prosecutor Miles Edgeworth accuses death. As you well should have. A prosecutor who has shamed himself with defeat should crawl into a hole and die. But that was not what happened. After I left the prosecutor's office, I finally came to realize something. And it was in that moment of clarity that everything began to change. What foolish nonsense! We prosecutors can use anything we can to attack the defendant. But every time we do so, no matter how desperate the situation, instead of giving up like most people, that man would hold strong with his undying faith. And then, before I knew it, I began to trust in that man as well. Ooh. What?
I mean,
You trusted your enemy?
doesn't seem like we're that far off with our jokes.
Oh yeah, we're enemies to lovers right now.
Yeah.
It doesn't matter how many underhanded tricks a person uses. The truth will always find a way to make itself known. The only thing we can do is fight with the knowledge we hold and everything we have, erasing the paradoxes one by one. It's never easy. We claw and scratch for every inch. But we will always eventually reach that one single truth. This I promise you. The truth? Yes, that is the reason why prosecutors and defense attorneys exist. But I'm sure you knew that already, didn't you, right? Right's just like quietly crying in the corner.
Mm.
That's why you couldn't forgive me. This man who went into hiding Isn't that right? This man who only had his sights set on victory, who ran away into the night. Is Mr. Edgeworth right, Mr. Nick? Do you hate him?
You really let me down.
Oh,
You disappeared. I felt betrayed. The reason I decided to become a lawyer to begin with was because I believed in the things you said to me
oh my god.
all those years ago.
Oh my god, so much love.
Close my eyes and the flashbacks start.
Right, always.
You betrayed your own words. That's why 1 year ago I made up my mind. I decided that the Miles Edgeworth I knew had died. At least that's what I told myself.
You pathetic fool. She's just like, I'm done with everyone. It means von Karma. I
I'm going to
don't want
leave.
to hear the wretched whimpering of a disgraced loser.
There
A
are
von
emotions. I'm
Karma
leaving.
is someone who is destined to be perfect. Miles Edgeworth, you are no longer worthy. You are no longer worthy of being a von Karma. And neither am I. It's over. It's all over.
Did she say neither am I, or
She did.
did you? Okay.
She said that. Aww.
Francisca threw something on the ground just now. Sorry, I was looking at my phone.
Well, she wasn't upset. She was still making like the smug face. So I wasn't sure how I was supposed to read it.
Gotcha.
This is
Oh,
an electromagnetic receiver.
she's handing over her ownership of her puppy to Edgeworth.
Aww. She gave up her
Isn't that-
dog. Terrible.
Isn't that the thing she used to track Detective Gumshoe?
I'll return this to the precinct later. There's something else.
Is that her whip?
Ah! Isn't that Miss Von Karma's whip? I'll never set foot in another courtroom again. I'm sure that's what she's saying by this action. You should keep this, right?
Okay.
Nick! Aha, I was right.
I mean, that would make sense.
Didn't she be checked out of the hospital, though?
Maya!
Missing Maya! Missing Maya! Aww. Oh, Nick, I knew you would come through. You got on guard convicted like I knew you would. And on top of all that, you even rescued me.
Well, of course I did. You know I would never desert you. But we sure plus our luck with this trial. You're really lucky to be standing here. One could say I was never going to give you up.
Whatever. Look, it's okay. It's over, okay? Besides, if I did croak, I would just come back and haunt you like a bad ghost through Pearly.
Is it really that easy to do something like that?
I mean, maybe.
It's apparently super easy for Mia to just come and go.
Right.
So,
Thanks a lot, Nick.
don't mention it. No, seriously, like, don't mention it ever. My boyfriend's right here.
Maya. Oh, Mr. Edgeworth. I'm relieved you're all right. Hey, looks like you made some real progress, Mr. Edgeworth.
She's not even surprised to see him alive either. It's hilarious.
Nothing. Well, I suppose I'm a little different than who I was a year ago. Heh. Oh, her stomach.
Yeah.
Mine too.
She has not eaten.
All right. I think it's time we got out of this depressing place.
And where are we going?
Food, Nick. Food. Grub, chow. I'm starved. I'm so hungry, even you look like a nice juicy burger on a bun to me, Nick.
You
What?
think I look like a burger? I'm a prime rib at least.
Oh, no. Who is this, Mr. Edgeworth? Please. If you insist. He's so awkward.
All right, so
He's like,
how
all
about
right.
we hit up our
I
usual
gotta
burger
impress
joint?
my boyfriend's little sisters. Don't be silly, Nick.
Huh?
This case messed up that awesome evening and got in the way of my gourmet food. So I've decided that we have to make it up by having another feast.
Another feast?
Come on, Nick. Food! Oh dear. Gonna break his bank. What? Right, we're at the
I guess.
Water Hotel. Oh my god.
Oh, hey, pal, sorry to keep you guys
He's
waiting.
okay. Yay.
Gumshoe, are you alright?
His hair is in traction.
Yeah, but I'm really embarrassed. I didn't think I would hit a telephone pole of all things.
Jesus. At least nobody else was hurt.
Telephone pole? Then it wasn't a red light that got him.
Right. You did it again, city boy. I felt like my dear old heart was going to give out on me, and I ain't joking.
Yeah, it was more exciting than the very last episode of The Steel Samurai. Thanks.
Now, looky here, Mr. Snooty Prosecutor. Don't you reckon you bully Mr. Right too hard? If you don't start being a lot nicer to him, he might just kick it. Tonight, even. I'll keep that in mind. Well, come on now. Everyone gather round. Y'all are going to get your picture taken by a genuine professional photographer.
Looks like Lotta bought herself a new camera.
Nice.
Well, pal, at least we can put this messy case behind us now.
Can we?
Come on, tonight's all about eating, so let's go chow down.
Who's paying for this? Amen to
I mean,
that, pal. Amen.
probably on the hotel since the banquet got interrupted.
Maybe.
You know, when you think about it, you are the one who saved the day, detective. Huh? Me? You really think so?
He's right. If it wasn't for the 3 items you took, I think this trial would have had a very different ending.
Well, you know, it's.
He's so proud of himself.
Huh? Wait. That's odd. When I ran off with the things from the killer's hideout, I was sure I took 4 things in total, sir.
Oh. What? 4?
Yeah, I'm sure I put one of the items in my coat pocket. There was a 4th item?
Then why didn't Von Karma present it? Oh, come on, y'all. It's over. But hoo boy, I tell you, y'all are really something else. Between getting accused of murder and getting kidnapped, never a dull moment with you, huh? You think?
Why does she look so happy about that?
Oh, I thought it was supposed to be an awkward laugh. Okay. But being sent away for 2 whole days. Were you scared? Yeah, it was really scary. I felt so hopeless. So to keep my mind off of things, I drew a picture. Sounds like you had it rough, gal. So where's this picture of yours? Yeah, I want to see it. I want to see Mystic Maya's picture. I don't know where it went.
Is that the
Aw,
4th thing that Von Karma took?
I mean, maybe. Aw, that's too bad. Well, it's alright. It wasn't anything important anyway.
Ah. Sure is nice to finally see them both smiling again.
Aw.
Beep, beep,
Um,
beep, 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 beep.
is that the transceiver? Hmm.
Probably. What is it, Edgeworth?
This thing is
This...
picking something up.
Ah, that's Miss Von Karma's receiver. Thanks to her, I had the most awful experience of my life, sir.
Uh-oh.
Can't believe she stuck a tracking device on me.
I mean, it's a good thing she did. That's odd. Even though you're standing right here. The tracking device seems to be in a different location.
Oh, it's probably busted or something, sir.
Oh, maybe it's in his coat.
Hmm.
Well, it doesn't matter. I'm afraid it's about time for me to excuse myself. I still have some work to do. Huh? But Mr. Edgeworth, you haven't even eaten anything yet.
And you've eaten way too much, you glutton.
Aw. I had fun tonight. Now, if you'll excuse me.
Wait,
What?
I love you. I just want to say thanks, Edgeworth. Really saved me out there.
Hmm. If anyone should be saying thanks, it should be me, right?
I feel like words alone aren't enough here.
Kiss him,
No, Kit.
kiss him, kiss
No,
him.
Kit.
A kiss.
Send a
No.
kiss.
I mean, maybe he can take this to Von Karma because she probably has the tracker on her. But like, I don't know. Here you go, magic. No. Do we have anything else he would want?
I don't know what we're supposed to give him here.
I
To
don't
be
know. I was
honest,
trying to see if there was like. I mean, no, because he ended up being a killer. So probably not.
I mean, it might be the whip. To be honest,
But also, why do we have this?
I mean, he gave it to us.
Yeah, but like, here, go take this to your sister. Weirdo. What's this?
Thank you. It's all thanks to you two. You and her.
You don't need to thank me. I was only doing my job. It looks like Mr. Edgeworth has left, Mr. Nick. You can stop staring at the door he walked through. We can all tell that you're really in love with him and that you really should have given him a kiss. You decided not to give him a kiss and were really surprised that you didn't give him a kiss. Honestly,
Which is
what were
funny.
you even waiting for?
Which is funny coming from Pearl, who's the ultimate Maya Nick shipper.
I mean, she was, but like during this case, maybe she's like, oh no, Mr. Nick and Mr. Edgeworth really do belong together. I think we got
Maybe
to
that's
hydrate.
maybe that's what the picture that Maya drew was, and that's why Von Karma took it.
It's fan art.
Yeah, basically. She
Hey,
got
this is
commissioned by
Maya.
she got commissioned by these two fan fiction writers to draw it while she was. Yeah.
They're beyond the grave, but they still ship, buddy. Yes, Pearly? Oh, nope. She's back to shipping these two.
Oh, yep.
I guess you two can go back to being lovey-dovey, right? You and Mr. Nick, I mean. But Pearly, would you cut it out already? You're embarrassing me.
Anyway, yes, the rest of us are actually still here.
Hmm.
So who is paying for this lovely dinner?
As if you need to ask. Everyone say thank you to Nick.
Oh no.
Aww.
Yeah, I'm kind of at the point where I can't even buy instant noodles, pal. So I kind of already put your name on the bill.
Why wouldn't you
Thanks,
put
Gumshoe.
Edgeworth's name on the bill?
Yeah, you really should have. What?
Oh.
Huh?
Yeah, I got me a situation just like that myself.
You just bought another $1,600
There's this camera
camera.
shop in the
Yeah.
hotel, see? And I just bought myself this good old beauty here. It'd be better. It better be anyhow for $3,000.
Jeez.
Oh. Actually, I reckon you bought it for me since it's on your tab and all. Okay, that's kind of messed up.
Yeah.
Isn't this great, Mr. Nick? Yeah, Nick.
Why do I suddenly feel like screaming?
Oh. Oh, you don't need to hold back now, you hear?
Yeah, pal, time to let it all out.
Is it going to be the first time I hear the real you? Go on, it's been a while since I heard you say it. I've been busy being a hostage and all.
All right then. If you say so. Objection.
Woohoo! Alright, we finished the second game. I appreciate you sticking it out through that whole trial with me, because that one was pretty heavy. It got to some pretty heavy stuff. You really came through for me, Nick. I had to hide that letter, but I knew you'd find it. I really feel like I've been living on the edge lately. I mean, I've escaped death 3 times now. Pretty cool, huh? I feel like a pro.
Well, Destination Rule says sometimes you're at some point you're gonna die off camera.
I mean, yeah, at this point. Oh, what if she dies in the second game? Oh, that would suck. Or in the second trilogy. I'm so happy that you could save Missing Meyer, Mr. Nick. I'm so happy for the two of you. Speaking of which, I think this hotel is a popular place for honeymooners. So I sort of made reservations for the two of you just in case.
How did he keep getting his information?
I don't know. She just
Nick
steals it
is
out of his wallet.
Nick reminds me of a friend of mine who would just leave his checkbook lying around. So
Probably.
Nick is just like leaves his ID and his social security card out or whatever. Well, pal, it looks like I'm back on the force again. Mr. Edgeworth had a long talk with the chief and got me reinstated for my sake. I heard he said things like, letting that one go is bad for all of society. I knew it.
Wow.
Crashing headlong into everything is the only way to live.
It's really not the right way to go about that. Mm. Nice.
Are we gonna get to see what Von Karma took? At some point in this film? Who is this person?
She's from an earlier game. I'm Maggie Bird, and retired this uniform as of today, sir. It's going to be a waitress from now, or I'm going to be a waitress from now on. Bring smiles and joy to the people who come by this restaurant, sir. I hope you'll stop by sometime, Mr. Wright.
Why is
I
she here? She has
do
no
not
bearing on this.
remember. I do not remember what voice I gave her originally, but that's the one
Is
she
this
got
just
this.
going through all the people on these three cases?
Yeah,
Okay.
pretty much. 4 cases. Hey, it's him.
Yes. Are you here to visit a patient? I'm Director Hardy. Recently, yes. That girl, you know. Haven't seen her around. But I remember, if I ever so much as laid eyes on her, I would go.
Oh my god.
It didn't matter if I got whipped, though. Yes.
Oh, Karma was whipping him to death in the hospital. I don't know who all we're gonna see. I imagine we're just gonna see innocent people. Oh yeah. It's time to begin our quest for world circus domination, sweetie. To let the world know we are serious, I plan to make a fabulous flight to Zimbabwe. Hey Max, what do you think Zimbabwe is like? Do you think there are castles made of cake and bunnies who can talk? Well, I think I gave her a Southern Belle accent before. Oops. If there are any talking bunnies, even they won't laugh at most jokes. I forgot I gave her a nice Southern Belle accent.
Oh, yeah. That makes sense for her.
Yeah. I forgot I did that until I was already reading her lines. Here you go, you can be this guy.
I'm ready. There's no way these jokes are gonna fall on deaf ears. I'm gonna be more contemporary with my humor. Mo girls represent.
Got our new act all worked out. Prepare for the Hallelujah chorus. Say something, will you? You're supposed to be a start off. Get on with it. I read his line all wrong, but that's okay. I don't remember what voice I gave him either. Oh no, it's going through all these characters that I don't remember. What's this crap? This is an ordinary electric razor charging on a stand. I can't believe this. Really? How long do they plan on making me do this? Ah, but it's Edgy Poo's idea, so that must mean it has a deep hidden meaning. But why do I get the feeling they wouldn't forget about me, would they? I was never like this in the old days. Everyone thought the world of me. They used to call me Queen Wendy and treat me like royalty. And any man hasn't heard about this is going to feel the pain of my heel. You're not going to feel burned. Speaking of burn, playing with fire is very dangerous because the very fire has burned down the scenery right down because your shoes stink. But
Deep breath.
whew, I can't take too deep a breath. One of the dogs just came up and farted.
Oh no.
It's very smelly. I was trying to do that and breathe at the same time. I appreciate everything you and Mr. Edgeworth did for me from the bottom of my heart. Oh, that's right. I received a letter from Miss Von Karma. She said that after I get out, I should feel free to consult her about anything at all. I'm really thankful to have met everyone. This is so nice. I like that you do get to see the characters from the other games. But if you hadn't played them like back to back to back, you probably wouldn't remember some of these. It has become difficult for me in this country as of late. As such, I will take a short leave of absence. If you would like to request my services, please feel free to visit my homepage. May we both be blessed with longevity.
This man just did the assassin
Homepage?
version of please like and subscribe.
Right. Please like and subscribe. Speaking of which, please follow and like and subscribe. No, I'm just kidding. But follows
Excellent
do
plug.
help the channel. So
Yeah.
and
Yes.
liking and subscribing on YouTube when this goes up, if I actually remember to put them up, will be great. International Department Departures, Gate 12. All right. You can
Where are
play Miles, and I
Is
will.
this Miles?
I
Okay.
assume it's so. I assume so. He's calling her Francisca. So
Where are you going, Francisca?
how did you know I was here?
With this,
That's
I heard you were planting things on a certain person. Things like tracking devices in his coat, for example.
hmm, that's just like you. I only planted it there because he was always wearing it. This filthy drab coat of his. I don't know how it ended up in my luggage,
Wow.
but it's going in the trash, I promise you that.
She took it to sniff. Oh, that's right. Speaking of that man, he told me something very interesting. When I ran off with the things from Tequila's hideout, I could have sworn I took 4 items.
Yeah. 4 things.
Seems he put the last one in his coat pocket.
He put it in here. It doesn't matter anymore. The case is already over.
What are you going to do now?
I want to know what the 4th item is. That's none of your business.
Are you running away?
Shut up. You don't understand a thing. You can't possibly understand what it means to be Manfred von Kammer's daughter.
Francisca,
So many expectations from everyone around me, expectations I must fulfill. I'm expected to win no matter what, and failure, such a thing is not an option for me. My father was a genius, there's no doubt about that, but me, I'm no genius. I've always known that. He's having a minty bee right here in the airport.
Yep. I mean, that's what happens to most people at the airport, I imagine.
But I had to be the one. I had to. Aw, she wanted to be the one to take down Phoenix, right?
You may not be a genius like your father, but you are a prosecutor. You have been and always will be.
No, I'm not. Not anymore. I've even thrown my whip away.
Speaking of that, Wright gave me this to hold on to. Right. You knew something like this would happen, didn't you?
No clue.
I'm going to say this again. We prosecutors do not fight for personal honor or pride. I hope you will think deeply about what you should be striking down with that whip.
Scruffy, got it. You haven't changed a bit. You've always you've always left me alone and walked on ahead without me. Miles Edgeworth. I've always hated you. And then finally my chance to take my revenge on you arrived. If I could win against that man, if I could make Phoenix Wright bow down in defeat, then this girl you left behind would have risen higher than you. That was supposed to be my revenge.
I see.
You know, I can't do it. I can't change who I am. I can't throw everything away I've been until today.
I believe you can, just like how Adrian Andrews did.
Adrian Andrews.
You were going to use her during the trial, right? But you were dependent on your father by using tactics, isn't that?
Hmm. Hmm.
Today, you chase after me after I had left you behind all these years. And that's why we're standing here now, side by side. But I have no intention of stopping. If you say you are going to quit your down the prosecutor's path, then this is where we part ways, Francisca von Karma.
I, I am Francisco von Karma. Don't think I'm going to walk in your shadow forever. Our battle begins now. You'd better prepare yourself, Miles Edgeworth.
She's
Aw,
actually a deeply tragic character.
she really is. I mean, her dad killed his dad, and then he was like you must strive for perfection at all times. Phoenix Wright, one day, someday, I'm sure we'll meet again in battle. Until then, last piece of evidence that never made it to you. I'll take good care of this fourth piece, so I can give it to you when at last we meet again. I want to know what it is, though.
I
Ah,
literally think it's Maya's photo. Yep.
aww, that's so cute.
That's super cute, actually.
I was so upset that she kept that. That would have been so cute. Aww. Thank you, Capcom. That was a great ending. I liked
That
that
was a
part.
great ending.
Like the
Yeah.
fact that we got to see that makes me happy. There better not be any more characters. Like I'm done. No more characters.
Yeah. Yeah, it's getting super late over here, so
It is very, very late. All right, so that is going to do it for today. We may have to skip a few Saturdays before I launch into the final game because that one is going to be, like I said, it's one that I am very familiar with, or at least the main story of it I'm very familiar with. Like I haven't even finished the cosplay that I wanted to do for it and all of that, so I am still trying to get that going as quickly as possible. So next Saturday we'll probably be hopping on to do some fan fiction reading, which we haven't done in a long time. So that could be fun. And if we don't do that, we'll probably jump on with either something like Polia, or maybe we'll finish up some wildflowers because we never really finished getting all of the animals, and we never finished marrying and divorcing everybody. So we have a long, long list of things we could choose to do, rather than just playing whatever comes to mind. I have a feeling that next Saturday though we are going to be reading some fan fiction because I have found a few that are supposed to be really, really great, in the terms that they're horrible. Obviously, you know anything about our fan fiction nights, it is that they are terrible, and we
I mean
will all love it
there's no
together.
yeah, there's no point in reading good fan fiction on
Oh,
a
sure,
stream like that.
sure,
Like
sure.
you read good fan fiction on your own time. On
I
stream time,
mean,
you read more fan fiction.
we read My Immortal, we read Hogwarts School of Prayer and Miracles, we read Sonic High School. Somebody wrote something where Bart and Lisa were in Danganronpa. So
Wait,
yeah,
what?
in Danganronpa,
I don't know what
I'm
that is.
probably mispronouncing it. It's a game where like the best of like each of the students is like the best of, and it's like a murder mystery thing.
Okay.
Um, and like Bart died really like quickly. He was like the ultimate prankster. Or, I don't know. It was a lot. It was very hard to follow because I don't know a lot about Danganronpa, which is why I can't describe it very well. I just know that people
Gotcha,
die,
gotcha.
and you have to like prove who killed them. Because if you if people are dying, then you're going to be allowed to leave the school. I don't know. It was a whole thing, and there's like a twist where this one chick is actually the enemy, but like you don't know she's even there.
Hmm.
That's all I got because I only know the pink haired girl because that's the one that's on all the images, and she might actually be the big bad. And
Gotcha.
I don't know. It was a whole thing. But anyway, I want to say thank you everybody so much for tuning in. I hope you have a restful, relaxing rest of your evening. I hope you get a snack if you need it. I hope you remember to hydrate because it's good for your brain and your body. I am going to do some more hydrating now because I definitely didn't do enough during the stream.
Yeah, same.
And I will see you all again real soon. Bye!
Goodbye, chat.